You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
41 degrees right now, but
What?
we could be diddling 60 today.
What?
Nice.
60 diddling.
All right.
That's right. High of 57. Going to be higher depending on where you are. And it looks like, although cloudy, no rain, although the rain is coming back tomorrow. Highs in the 50s, low 50s, high 40s all weekend.
Yeah.
And this has been your weather report here in the break room on CMF. Another big event this weekend.
What's going on?
Well, outside of the Bills game.
Well, that's the big one.
That
What
is
else?
Sunday night, yeah. We gain an hour of sleep on Sunday.
Oh, that's right. Fall
That's
back.
exciting.
Yep. Falling back, setting the clocks back on Sunday. And see, you guys both get excited. Oh, that's exciting. Get an hour. Check me out. Maybe you feel pretty good about it. But gaining this hour means we lose it again in the spring.
Yeah.
And that's when the major issues show up.
Like,
Well, I mean, you're tired, you're dragging ass
Yeah,
for like a
yeah,
week or
yeah,
two
yeah.
trying to get used to. But it's not just the bitching and the moaning from being tired. It turns out
right.
there are legit medical reasons why switching the clocks back and switching the clocks forward are bad for all of us.
It kills our health.
Yeah, so did you know
What's that?
that in the spring, when we spring forward, heart attacks skyrocket in the week after we move the clocks around?
Yeah, heart attack.
Yes, like skyrocket. Like you are most likely as a man to have a heart attack in the week following springing forward.
Which is like April.
Yeah, something like that. And a different kind of doctor was on Spectrum News last night trying to fight changing the clocks all around the way that we do. Dr. Anita Shelgikar.
What's she saying?
She's a neurologist. Says that the mood disturbances, increased risk of stroke, increased risk of motor vehicle accidents, and increased risk of medical errors by medical professionals
That's not good.
means that something needs to be done to wipe out daylight
So
savings
why
time
are we
completely.
doing it? Because it's like, didn't we do it for farming
I believe
Like-
so, yes.
way back,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You don't need it anymore.
yes.
So what's the point?
That's
like,
great.
who's holding on to this?
It's a great question.
I feel like once one, because I think it was at Arizona, and so there are a couple states that don't
Hawaii
do it at
doesn't
all.
change their clock.
There's
So-
parts of Arizona.
Okay, so it's like, so I feel like once one area decides we're not doing it anymore, don't we kind of all have to collectively decide, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do
should.
it anymore?
No, because
it's just so confusing.
I've told the story on the air before. So there's a place it's like Texas or Arizona
Yeah.
where one part does it,
Yeah.
one part doesn't. Then there's a Native American reservation that doesn't, but then another place that does. So there's like a
Like 4
3
time zones?
There's like a 3 or 4 hour stretch where between time zones and daylight savings, the clock changes like 7 times in this 3.5 hour run.
So does the whole globe do it, or is it just us?
I believe there are like 5 countries that have completely wiped this out.
Right.
There are other countries that do it.
Oh. Well, obviously, Canada does it.
Well, yeah.
We seem to be in sync with them. Mexico?
Mexico, I think,
All
does
right.
it too. Kimmy, could you Google, because I saw it last night and I should have written it down, which countries got rid of daylight savings?
They're probably healthier.
Well,
Based on that, no heart attack.
they might be healthier just based on all the other
that's
stuff
true.
we
There
do
are
here.
some pretty healthy countries.
But to your point, I don't understand why we keep doing this. Going further, that neurologist last night on Spectrum said that the loss of an hour also contributes to issue with folks with mental health problems.
Yeah, I would think depression. Because it's right now it's going to be darker earlier, right?
Yeah.
So by 4 o'clock, it's going to be pitch black outside.
Absolutely.
So it seems like it's split. It says about half of all countries in the world observe daylight savings time.
Okay. That's stupid.
Then the other half don't.
Thank you.
So they blow it up.
Thank you, doctor.
Screw it.
In all reality,
Yeah.
there is not a single person in America who still wants this.
No.
And it makes sense why you did it in the first place. I get it. I'm not here to say we should have never done it. But name me a single person in America who benefits from the clocks changing now. Maybe one,
It can't be anybody.
right? I mean, are there farmers listening where you still benefit from daylight
No,
savings?
because they have headlights. They have light. They don't need it. It was before you had all this stuff to work with.
Like bats maybe. Just bats. Bats
Right.
benefit from daylight savings time because now he gets to come out at 5 o'clock instead of 7. But that's it. And past the medical issues, there are several other studies that show the benefits of losing this change even in the winter time. Because again, you get excited because you gain the hour of sleep this weekend,
Yeah.
right? But sunlight later in the winter time cuts down on crime, car accidents.
Right.
Doctors are theorizing that kids will be more active in the winter with more sunlight when they get
Yeah.
off the bus. Like my daughters get off their bus between like 4:15 and 4:30.
Yeah.
And it's already getting
Yeah,
dark.
you
It
have
looks
like
like
an hour
midnight
left
outside.
of
Yeah.
the sun.
Exactly. Like if they want to go play in the snow.
It's just dank.
Exactly. And they also argue that it will help businesses, customers willing to stay out later if the sun is out longer. It is amazing how when it starts to get darker earlier, your mindset completely changes as far as when your day is over.
You think it feels like 9 o'clock and it's only like
5.
6.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, oh, well, day's over now.
Like it's
Time to put on my pajamas.
It's nothing to eat dinner at 8 o'clock on a summer night, right? Like that happens all the time.
Yeah, it's fun.
The second it starts to get dark at 4:45, you want to go to bed.
Because what's left?
Exactly. So, like, why can't we get this done? Why can't we change it?
Because I can't get a goddamn thing done in Washington, Pat.
Well, you make a joke. It's going to take an actual act of Congress, and
And
that's,
it's to be the easiest act in the world.
so it came
Don't
up.
change the clock.
It came up for debate a few years ago, and nothing came of it.
Is it because they had to like work on that atomic clock that like sets time, or the doomsday clock will be off a second?
Well, the doomsday clock is not the atomic. The doomsday clock is a
They're
theoretical
right
clock.
next to each other
Well,
on the president's desk.
No,
Yeah. Then the Armageddon clock.
that would also be the
yeah,
doomsday
doomsday.
clock.
That's
Two different clocks.
What's the
man.
Hand in
difference
hand.
between
Divine your
Doomsday
beliefs.
and Armageddon other than which movie company produced them? No, so a couple years ago, this came up for debate in Washington, in Congress.
Who
the House
shot
and the
it
Senate.
down?
I don't know. Nothing ever came of it. And it might be the single issue that is completely bipartisan and will legit have a positive effect on every single American. So how the hell could we not get this done? Let's go to Washington.
Yes.
I'm so pissed off right now. And it sucks because I'm going to wake up Sunday and be like, oh, that was refreshing.
But then you got to give it back.
I
So what's the
know,
difference?
I know.
And it's going to be dark earlier. So even when they're giving back, going back sucks.
No, you're right. Like Sunday is going to be a mind F when, like around 5 o'clock when it's like, oh.
You're going to be waiting for Monday Night Football, and it's going to be dark at 4.
Sunday,
Yeah.
Sunday night, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, like, you know, it's going to be a pain in the ass staying up for that game anyway.
Right.
And then you got
It's
a
gonna
Monday
feel
night
you.
game the week after that.
Tommy, can't catch a break, Tommy.
No.
Can't catch a break. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We gain an hour this weekend with daylight savings time, and everyone's pretty excited about it. Little extra sleep, except that there are legitimate medical issues come springtime when this stuff changes back. Heart attacks skyrocket the week after we lose an hour. There was a neurologist on Spectrum last night that says in the spring, mood disturbances, increased risk of stroke, increased risk of motor vehicle accidents, and increased risk of medical errors from medical professionals means we have to wipe out daylight savings time altogether.
Yeah.
They also say that mental health disturbances skyrocket in the week after we lose that hour in the spring.
Yeah, so it all collapses.
Yes.
We're all just nuts.
Everything falls apart. Like, wouldn't it be funny if we changed this and, like, just the world becomes a utopia?
Maybe it could be.
Right? Like, everyone's getting along,
Yeah.
right? You got the left
Peace
and
in
the
the
right.
valley.
Hey, you know what? I never really looked at it from your point of view, but I think you got a couple of decent points. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Frank. He's on CMF. Hey, Frank, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, so I just wanted to be well, actually, guy.
Oh, I
because
love Well Actually Guy.
I know you do. So when we fall back, our clocks are more in line with solar noon and noon for clocks. Right now, we're off by an hour.
Wait, say that again?
Off of what?
It says you're more in line with noon.
Oh, more in line with noon. What?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you like?
With noon?
What is this, Harry Krishna? What the hell are you talking about?
What do I care about noon?
I'm just saying, our clocks are more in line with solar noon.
Solar Noon?
Solar Noon, man. I'm going to see Solar Noon this weekend at Three Heads. So you're telling me that you are appreciative of losing and gaining an hour every year?
Oh, no. I think we should drop it, but I think we should drop it after we fall back. So
Why don't we
the
drop
clocks
solar
are more in
noon?
line.
So you want it dark at 5 o'clock every day?
Well, it's not going to get light until freaking 9 o'clock every day, so what difference does that make?
Well, because I'll handle
'Cause I'm
dark.
up.
Yeah, I'll handle dark in the morning, right? Like
Yeah.
I want my day to be extended. If I got to get up in the dark, I get up in the dark every day
Right.
anyway, both literally and figuratively. Frank, thanks for the
All right,
call,
well,
buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I'm saying we're closer in line with solar noon.
Yeah,
you
gotcha.
go.
Solar
Solar
Noon.
Noon. Great.
Shut up.
Will you Google what the hell Solar
Doesn't even-
Noon?
No,
Probably
I know
not
what he's
even a
saying.
thing.
He's saying that when it's noon, like when our clocks hit noon, the sun is exactly at, noon.
Can I ask a question?
Solar noon.
Can I ask a question?
What?
That's only in one very specific part of a time zone, right?
Well, it would be the sun's in the middle of the sky.
Well, no, but the sun, it's impossible for the sun to be in the middle of the sky in every
It's
part of
the
a time
middle
zone.
of the day.
No,
It
I
would be
understand.
like the center of the equator or some crap.
So where does the time zone, Eastern Standard Time Zone, end? It's like just past Indiana?
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So, like, let's say it's.
Oh, I thought it was like no, yeah, you're right.
Okay. So let's say it's solar noon in, like, where the sun is at noon in Boston.
New York. Yeah.
Yeah, New York, Boston is not where the sun will be at noon in Indianapolis,
I see
right?
what you're saying.
It's almost it's impossible.
Right. It's going to be a little over there, a little over there.
Exactly.
A little over there.
Got one guy over here saying, "What are you looking at me for?"
Hey, who cares? Who cares where the goddamn sun is at noon?
Well,
I just want to see it.
Maybe there's some kind of like cosmic thing that we're messing with.
Oh, boy.
After we invented daylight savings time as a humanity, because time is nothing but a human construct. Chew on that today. Man, solar noon my balls. You know,
You guys got so bad at
well,
solar
no,
noon.
because it's just I hate.
Solar noon sucks.
No, but
I don't
like-
know what it is, but it sucks.
Because it doesn't matter.
Well, to be fair, we don't know that it doesn't. matter.
Bro, the three of us went all through school. Did they ever teach us solar
Well, I don't know.
noon?
Maybe we would have been better students.
Well, no,
Hey, you
if
paid
the sun
attention.
lined up.
look, I don't know if you and I should use "we've been through school" as an argument as to why something is important. No, I will say something that pisses me off.
What?
This actually happened on Monday night. The Lions were playing in Detroit, the Lions game, right? So it was like 7, 8 o'clock, and they were doing an interview outside the stadium out there at Ford Field. And it was completely dark outside here, and they were interviewing this guy, and it was totally sunshine outside
Is
Ford
there an
Field.
hour?
No, it's the same time
they,
zone.
like,
Oh, is Detroit the
pre-record
same?
it?
Okay.
Yeah, same time zone.
But,
But
yeah.
the sun is in a slightly different spot.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like
are you sure you didn't like pre-record it?
Shut up, Kimmy. The day no, because if you've traveled, you know the days the sunlight goes a
Yeah.
little bit longer the further west you get in the same time
Yeah.
zone. And like if you go east, like I did a show in Maine one time, 12 hours east of Rochester. I didn't know that the country went 12 hours past where we
Yeah,
are.
that is weird to think about east.
Yes,
Yeah.
east. Like if you go 12 hours in the opposite direction, you're in Chicago.
Yeah, true.
There's a Chicago distance going towards Europe in America.
We still got property.
Yeah. But the sun was going down at like 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And there's moose everywhere.
Yes.
A lot of moose.
Well, it's moose country.
Meese.
No, it's just something different.
No, it's multiple moose. Meese.
I think those are mice.
No, if one goose
Is
is a goose and then multiple
Geese.
goose are geese,
moose,
one moose
no, is
multiple moose would be meese.
no, it's mooses.
Mooses.
It's mooses.
Mooses. Now we're getting in all kinds of sunlight arguments.
Plural of moose is moose.
And I know the plural of moose is moose.
Double checking. I don't want to be well actually guy, but
Anthony writes us, there are places in the world that do not get sunlight for 24 hours a day. And he's right. What's that town in Alaska where every year it's 24 hours of
Yeah.
dark for like months and then 24 hours
Yeah,
of
they
light?
get the light. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the Land of the Midnight Sun or whatever they call it.
No, that was that song by the Animals.
Good tune.
The Land of the Midnight. Remember when Sharon Stone died of that heroin overdose? Because there was no solar noon. Shut up, Frank. Yeah, where's their solar noon? 24 hours of darkness, you dick. I hate everybody. Can we just change it? Just get rid of it.
Maybe we should just start. Just don't do it.
Well, no, but I
We
mean,
live in our own time.
it's like a federal thing.
I know.
What do you mean? You know, you're also an idiot. Like before they had time zones,
Yeah.
because like time zones only exist because of trains. You know that?
I don't know.
No, that's true. The United States had to figure out how to time out when, like,
Well, did everybody have trains at the same time?
well,
I mean, didn't like Russia and China have trains?
okay, America.
So wait, America invented time zones?
I don't know
because
if that-
of trains.
I don't know if they. So from what I remember,
That's what you just said.
Well, I'm trying to remember that story. Now you're pressuring me.
So you're saying
Stop
time zones
pressuring
were
me.
invented-
It's not solar noon.
I would think it was done basically for sailing and shipping and stuff like that before railroads
Sailor shipping. Shut up.
and war.
Wars.
What time we invaded?
Shipping war.
Solar noon. Shut up.
No, you invade when the planes go up in the air and you drop bombs on stuff. I was told, and I could be wrong, that they needed to figure out when a certain time was in every state because it had made the trains had to be there on time.
Oh,
he's
Right.
right.
Ah! You so dumb! Solar knew my ass!
so
Sir Sanford Fleming, who worked as an engineer for Canadian Railways,
invented time zones.
he had the idea for a standard time with hourly variations according to different
So
zones
what did they do
around the
before
world.
that?
It was just when the train showed up, it was there.
No, but like, what? How did they do time back in the old days?
Apparently, a
like
lot of people
before
miss
trains,
trains.
they had watches and crap.
Well, no, but your watch wasn't set to.
So they just set the clock and that was it.
Well, like that was the problem. Like sometimes. Like some
Right.
towns were like 20, 30 minutes off everybody else,
Right.
some hour off. So
Trains
shut up.
crashing into each other.
Yeah, so shut up, you dick. By the way, is that out of the question that in the 1800s there were multiple train
How'd you have
accidents?
shootouts at high noon?
Well, no, in the town, everyone knows what high noon is. It's outside of town.
No, because remember you said the sun's at different spots.
Well, no, but
You
we're
could be
in the...
looking up at the sun and you get shot.
Okay, listen.
Where's the solar? Ow! 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 It's not fair. I
All right.
wasn't ready.
Walk through this with me.
No, I don't want to.
No, we're doing it now.
because
Now we're walking. Now we're walking. If we live in the same town,
Yeah.
we know what noon is because our town has noon.
All right.
All our
Noon.
watches are set together. What you described.
Well, let's say I'm from out of town. I come to shoot you.
Well, that's just it. The only
I
way
set my clock for my town.
Ah, damn, missed him again.
I come from Missouri.
you would have to send a telegram to somebody for high noon. But then again, they wouldn't even be there when it was time. So who's getting shot?
I don't know.
Okay. We have a dynamite get rid of daylight savings times and F your solar noon cut a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's a football Friday, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
Whether it's dark or whether it's light, we got a big game for the Bills on Sunday
It's a
night.
tough one, buddy.
8 p.m. Prime time. Live on CMF against the Cincinnati Bengals. Tommy's going to make his picks, and the experts don't even know where to come down on this.
Really?
It seems, Kimmy, that everyone's leaning Bengals, but everyone who leans Bengals is always doing it with the caveat of, but I don't know. But I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is there's a big question mark with both of these teams just based on the way they've both played so far this season.
This will be the game where people decide one of these teams is good. So after 7:45, we'll get to Tommy's picks with the Tommy Tells It Like It Is. We'll have our good buddies, Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Brian Duffy.
RD.
See, if the time zones were all synced up, you would have hit that perfectly. They'll be in just after 9 o'clock to recap Tommy's picks. And just after 6:45, this game, without question, will be used as a measuring stick game for the rest of the season for every single Bills fan.
Oh.
So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more today on a Friday. Oh, and you know what happens after 7 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. I get a little creep bag.
That's right.
Solar creep bag.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. The Creep Cap coming at you here on CMF. But first, Tom.
What's going on?
There is a classic Italian restaurant that has been open for decades in Brighton.
Oh.
They're not closing, don't worry.
In Brighton.
I know, I was unfamiliar with this place, but they've been around for like 50 years. So they must be doing something.
I'm trying to think
right.
of an Italian joint in Brighton.
We'll tell you.
All right.
But their menu is changing a little bit.
Oh.
They're still going to have the classics you love, but a new owner has decided to take the classic food that this restaurant is known for.
What are they going to fuse it with?
Well, but they're not fusing. It sounds like it's going to be two separate things.
Wait, Italian food and some other kind of food?
Yes, and it's the weirdest food you could combine with Italian
And it'll
food.
be in the same menu.
That's what it seems like.
This doesn't sound good.
We'll get to it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. So Rochester is known for its great ethnic food.
Oh, my God,
right?
yeah.
You can get dynamite Italian, Indian, Eastern European.
Chinese.
Yeah, but when you go to these places, Tommy, and you sit down, that's what you get.
Yeah. That's what I want.
Well, that's about to change for one classic Italian restaurant in Brighton. Because you'll still be able to get the classic Italian fare that drove people to this place the last 50 years.
What else they throwing in?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Adam Sandler's coming to the Blue Cross Arena Wednesday, November 8th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Get yours before they're gone. Just after 6:45 this morning, it is a football Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
Every Bills fan on Sunday night will be watching this game, hoping the Bills win, obviously.
Sure.
And we'll also be using it as a way to measure this team for the rest of the season.
Okay.
Because you beat the Dolphins in an embarrassing fashion.
Yep.
And we thought everything was fine, and then it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then last week, everything got back to normal, and there is hope.
Mm-hmm.
If you can beat this Bengals team on Sunday,
you looking good.
things are fine.
Okay.
If you don't, we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, are you familiar with Cerami's Italian Villa in Brighton?
No. Serrani's?
Cerami.
No, never heard of it.
So I'll be honest with you, I had never heard of it either.
Is it in 12 Corners?
Yeah, right. It's near. It looks like it's near McQuaid, that plaza over there.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
could
where
be
the
wrong.
Chinese joint is.
I could be wrong.
Okay.
So they've been open since 1970.
Damn.
Yeah, 50 years of Italian restaurant, and they're a great spot apparently for manicotti and gnocchi and chicken parm.
So the old school.
You got it. And this restaurant has, for the last 50 years, made this stuff with techniques passed down from Italian generations. I mean, Tommy, what more you need?
From the old school.
This restaurant is now under new ownership.
Here we go.
Here
we go. What, cereal bowl?
The Cerami family sold it.
All right.
Now, according to an article in the DNC, the favorites on the menu will still be there.
Okay.
But they'll be adding some new things too.
Here we go.
Thai food.
How does that work?
This will be what is probably the world's first authentic Italian, authentic Thai restaurant. And I'm not making this up. You can go see for yourself in the article in the DNC this morning.
So it'd be like Mama San meets Mario, and they open up a restaurant.
Mario Sons.
Mario San. That'd be a great name for it. No, but that's...
So they having fusion dishes or just almost separate menus?
So it doesn't say that there's going to be fusion dishes. And to be fair, I don't know how you could fuse Thai
I don't
and
either,
Italian.
but I'm willing to try.
So like when you eat at Mama San, a lot of noodle dishes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I can think of. They do
The
share a
crossover.
noodle love.
You good? Noodle love? That sounds like a
That's
weird
the new
porn
name
site.
of the-
Right. But like what goes on it is completely different.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine red sauce on Asian noodles or like.
Yeah, because you're either in the mood for one or the other.
You got it.
You know what I mean?
So you could get spring rolls for an appetizer, and to go right into veal parm.
That's what it sounds
Wow.
like. Which,
Well,
by the
I
way,
guess you could order whatever you want off the menu.
Yeah, now again, there's nothing about what the menu is going to look like in this article in the DNC. And the way this happened is the Ceramis, these new owners, they're coming from Watertown. Now, they immigrated from Thailand a couple of years ago.
So these people from they're going to run it. They own it. The
Yeah, so
Taiwan family.
it's a really interesting story. So it was two sisters and one of their husbands immigrated from Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up in Watertown for a little while, and they ran a couple of different restaurants, including an authentic Italian restaurant.
Oh.
And then they opened up a Thai restaurant, and they wanted to open up a Thai restaurant here when they moved to Rochester.
Okay.
They saw that Cerami's may be available, and they thought, well, we've done Italian.
Jump on it.
Yeah, we've done Italian. We've done Thai. Why not do them both at the same time? And the Ceramis in this article, it's really cute. They have a picture of both families standing together smiling in the dining room of the restaurant. The Ceramis who have
Well,
owned
they're all under 5'5".
The Ceramis who have owned this restaurant for 50 years are teaching them all of the old school recipes and techniques on how to make it. So there will not, you shouldn't expect a dip in quality in the Italian food.
Yeah, but are they going to have like? Because anytime you go into an Asian restaurant, the decor is more Asian. So they're going to have like Venice over here, Dragon over here. You know what I'm saying? Sinatra over here. I don't know who's really popular over in Thailand right now.
The Virgin Mary will be riding a golden tiger.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
I think that's how they're going to do
all
it.
right. Because that I'm sure they got the old school Italian decor in there.
I mean, I've never been. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Is this brilliant or insane?
Well, I love going to Chinese and Thai restaurants. I love it.
Okay,
But I like Italian, so I would try it.
all right, but
I
like
could see myself crossing over.
in the same meal.
Yeah,
I
how
could
would you
see-
combo the two?
I could see Thai app, and then you go Italian dinner.
What, you wouldn't go like calamar into pad thai?
You actually could, because it's seafood. I mean, they have a lot of seafood dishes, so you could do that.
What you're saying is true, but it still feels unnatural.
It does and it doesn't.
I don't want my Italian food touching my Thai food.
Because I like both foods.
I'm with you.
And you bring up like the ambiance. How important is that when you're going out to eat authentic food? Right? Like if I'm going
Kind of
out,
helps a little bit. Makes
if
you
I'm
feel like
going
you're in
out
that country.
for Italian, like there's an expectation, right?
Yeah.
Like if you walked into somewhere and they didn't have some sort, like right away you're in an Italian
You
restaurant.
got to have a
most of the
picture
time.
of Venice. You got to have a picture, the gondola guy and all
Okay.
that stuff. And if I eat any kind of Asian food, I would like at least one lantern to be hanging from the ceiling. And a dragon.
When the Nancy Sinatra cover band comes in, she will be wearing a kimono.
Okay.
Do they wear kimonos in Thailand?
Probably. I don't know what their attire is. These kimonos are made for walking.
Because I'm intrigued. I mean, I'm going to go.
I'm going.
I'm going to go check it out.
I'm going to try it.
But here's the one thing that's throwing me.
What?
Here's the one thing that's throwing me. Italian food smells good. Mm-hmm. Thai food smells good.
It does.
Do they smell good together?
I bet you it's closer than you think.
It's two very unique smells.
Yeah.
Two very different smells. If you combine those two things together, does it smell good, or is it one of those things where it's like two
Doesn't
good
work.
things? I don't
Right.
know.
So what do you get on your pizza?
Ooh.
Can you get a Thai pizza?
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Thai
Because
pizza.
we were talking about, pizza's out of control.
Sure. Kimmy, could you Google if there is a Thai pizza when you get a chance over there? Thank you.
I don't even know what would be on it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because they don't. I mean, Asians don't have a lot of cheese in their food. They
Okay,
don't.
We're not going to do this. There's no cheese in Asia discussion.
Bro, there ain't no cheese in Asia. Ain't no cheese in Asia.
There ain't no cheese in Asia.
There ain't China. Ain't no China
There's
cheese.
plenty of
There
Chinese.
ain't no cheddar. There ain't no Chinese cheddar.
Thai chicken pizza is like the first thing that comes up.
Oh.
And it's called like there's a
Spicy chicken.
There's a cheesy Thai curry chicken pizza.
That doesn't make
That's-
sense because there ain't no cheese in Thai.
No, but they got the cheese from
It
Italy.
looks delicious.
Well, but Italy got the noodles from
Right, so they swapped.
the Far East.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They did it. I forgot about the ancient
Marco
Silk
Polo
Road.
went over there with the cheese.
The Silk Road noodle cheese exchange.
And I don't know who was in charge of China back then.
Or Thailand.
Yeah, one of them places.
252 WCMF. Cerami's Italian Villa. It's been open in Brighton since 1970. Authentic Italian, made the way they made it for generations.
When did they open it?
That I don't know. The family has sold the restaurant. I have the article right in front of me, but it's a long one. They sold the restaurant, the Cerami's, to a Thai family who emigrated here from Thailand. They've been up in Watertown. They opened up a bunch of restaurants, including an authentic Italian place. This Thai family bought it from them. The Cerami's are going to teach them how to make all the classic Italian dishes that you love from the restaurant, but they're also going to serve Thai food. Italian and Thai. We were talking about the smell potential here. Oh, all our phones went gone. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know if they're open now or, I mean, I'm sure the restaurant's still open.
Yeah.
It says the prices are going to be the same. They're keeping the Cerami name. And, I mean, maybe this is good. I don't know. How are people afraid of Thai food?
It's been around a long time now.
But, like
I always call it Thai Vietnamese food.
Sure.
And, like Mama's son, she opened up a whole bunch of places around there.
Yeah, but there are a couple of places in town where if you love it, if you know about it, you love it. If you've never had it before, you don't want to go near it.
Oh.
And I was that guy before I met my wife. She expanded my culinary horizons.
And I didn't know that was a thing.
If I had never met my wife, I wouldn't love Indian and Thai
You would have
and
loved
Jamaican.
it. You would have found it. Fat people find all the good
Bro,
food.
I was my fattest before I met my wife, and I had never found it before. I remember.
I never took you to Mama's son?
No,
Really?
no,
With the old crew?
no.
Oh, you didn't make the cut?
Oh, yeah.
Tough crew.
That high cut of human being that you were hanging out with before. No, I remember going to Mama San's when I was like 19 with the family of a girl I was dating.
Oh.
And I must have ordered something terrible that I didn't know.
Oh, you didn't like?
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't want to embarrass myself, because I was like, yeah, I got this.
Yeah.
I'll take the dapa-dapa-doopa-dapa.
The pig blood soup.
And I would have never had it again had I
Yeah.
never met my wife.
Oh. All right. What?
I want this to be. I want
do
to feel
too.
comfortable. I want to feel comfortable, but I feel very uncomfortable.
Well, think of it, I mean, we say this, but if you go to a food court in the mall,
Yeah.
it's a bunch of different restaurants all sitting together,
That's a good
and all
point.
those smells are there,
Yeah.
and nobody thinks anything about it.
That's a good point.
You got Italian, you got Chinese, you got macaroni over here.
Talking about the food court.
Yes.
Right, and
I
then you
love
got
Kimmy. You guys talking about the food court?
We
Sorry,
going?
I was on the phone.
Right, but you got all those smells in there. Nobody
and it
gets
always
freaked
makes
out.
you hungry instantly.
You're
And then
right.
you
There's
got
something about a
donuts
food
and
court.
pretzels.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And going
Let's
further
see.
going further down that road, I mean, the biggest issue in every marriage, whether it's new or old, what do you want to eat tonight?
Right, and it solves it for you. At least two.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe there should be more restaurants like this, like a Mexican French restaurant.
Mexican French.
'Cause,
Well,
like,
you don't
if-
think of French food. But
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with French food.
that would be snails and like tacos.
A snail taco.
Oh, they would go at your mom.
He's so funny. And like there are other restaurants that do this, right?
Like a snail taco.
Shut up. You could go to an authentic Greek restaurant
Yes.
that also sells you like a cheeseburger and fries.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Most diners are run by Greek guys where you got it all right there.
Yeah, I love how you say
Greek
Greek guys.
guys.
Greek guys.
Greek guy.
The Greek ladies stay out of the kitchen.
Does the
Okay.
does it matter? Like if you're gonna combo two different styles of food, does the what's the word I'm looking for? Like fanciness of that food also have to match up? Because you talked
Ooh.
about like French and Mexican, and like when you're going out for Mexican, like you're getting tacos, you're getting like that kind of like street food
It's
kind
an
of feel.
economical choice.
Yeah. And I don't associate like French food with that necessarily.
It's a good question.
You know,
So like is Thai food
because like I wouldn't want a certain type of food to be expensive because that's not my expectation of that food.
That's a good call because when you think Chinese food, you think an economical option.
Yeah. Right.
It's cheap and they give you a ton. And I guess Thai food kind of has that same.
Yeah.
But Italian, when you're buying it like from a place that's like.
Sit down, not like takeout
Mom and
style.
pop.
Yeah, like you don't think of like I'm gonna go out for Italian to save some money.
No, but it's never been pricey.
Oh,
either.
it depends on what you get.
Yeah, well, yeah. But if you go base,
None of you
I don't know how
authentic
much
Italians ever go base. Like you, here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for scallops and clams, steak over the top, the weirdest, shiniest looking sauce you ever seen in your life. How about some lemons on it? And then I want you to flash fry it all. $82.
ow,
Ow! Where you been, you son of a bitch? Yeah, I don't ever remember going to an Italian restaurant and look at the bill and being like, wow, that was affordable.
Yeah.
really?
Not that it's expensive, but it's
But
not
you don't
like,
see it as cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I see Chinese, Thai, Asian food as cheap.
I think any kind of takeout food, right?
So in Italian places, always a lot of bread, a lot
Okay.
of desserts.
Sure.
I don't know if that fits in with the Thai
All right, here's-
because like you don't see bread at Thai restaurants at all.
Well, you know what I heard?
What?
There's no bread in Thailand.
Bro,
There ain't no bread in Thailand. There ain't no bread in Thailand.
No, but you don't think of bread in Chinese food. Like I've never been to a
Bun?
Chinese restaurant where they put a basket of bread on
No,
the
but they
table.
got buns, right? Like Asian food, they got the bun with the meat in
the
it.
dim sum and stuff like that. But
No,
that's
that's
like
not
an app. That's not like bread. That's an appetizer, like a
Right.
pork bun.
Pork bread.
Pork bun.
Pork bread.
Bro, you know what pork bun?
The other problem, and you brought it up with the desserts. Okay, Italians known for the good desserts,
Right.
right? Okay. Every Chinese restaurant I've ever been to has the worst desserts.
Well, they
I've
have
ever
like what are they called? They're basically like little fried dough bites.
Asian desserts are terrible.
Well,
There's, an
maybe
Asian-
they got maybe they got better.
there's a Chinese bodega restaurant around the corner from my house that I love, and I could eat at this place every day if I did.
They don't do ice cream and stuff, right?
Well, they do, but it's like when you go to the Chinese buffet, it's like the lowest quality ice cream.
sherbet or
It's like
something?
grade D ice cream. But like the Chinese bodega restaurant around the corner from my house, they will give us like free little pieces of cake because we order so much
Okay.
food, right? And I throw them away immediately.
The
'cause
cake's no good?
Oh my God, it's terrible. Oh my God,
I
it's
mean,
so
you think
bad.
they'd be really good at that stuff? They've been around for like 5,000 years.
Maybe they've been
cooking.
perfecting the lo mein the whole time. They didn't work on the buns
All right.
or the cakes. So yeah, I mean, does the dessert does that suffer?
Well, no, because you get your Italian dessert
Okay,
and then you have your Asian food.
okay.
There you go.
All right, I feel more comfortable.
Okay.
Let's take a break. You know, whatever food you're eating Sunday night, it's not going to change what's going to be on the TV, Tommy.
No.
Bills, Bengals in prime time, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. And this game is big for a couple of reasons. One, you need this win. You need it bad. Two, you need a win against an AFC opponent, which they've been kind of struggling with the last couple of
Okay.
weeks. But three, you need to feel good as a Bills fan as we get into the stretch run of this season. Believe it or not, after this game on Sunday, we are past the halfway point. And every Bills fan on Sunday night will be using this Bengals game as a measuring stick. And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. All season long, Bills fans have been trying to figure out what the hell we're supposed to think about this team. You lose opening night to the Rodgers-less Jets. Then you start blowing teams out, including the vaunted Miami Dolphins. You lose a ton of starters to season-ending injuries. You're playing close games you shouldn't, but then last week, the offense, Tommy, looks brilliant.
Yes.
It's too much.
What do you do? Who are we getting?
This week, for a lot of Bills fans, will be the week. The week that we decide if this playoff push the Bills are preparing for is something we should get excited about or something that will break our hearts come January.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Couple of things. One, you don't want to miss one night only event with John Mellencamp, March 8th at West Her Auditorium Theater. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. You can visit our event page at WCMF.com to get tickets, or you can hang out with us for a little while longer. Between 7 and 8, we will have a pair of tickets to go see Mellencamp.
Awesome.
So sit tight on that. Also, our live stream is up, ready to roll at the Odyssey app, WCMF.com. And also, as we've been telling you all week, new on YouTube and Twitch. Tommy still has no idea what Twitch is. The Twitch.
You have to get an app for that, right?
Well, I mean, you can go to their website.
Oh, I would assume that they got an app.
Yes, they have an app. Everything is easier on an app, Tom.
Yes.
Are both the Twitch and YouTube, The Break Room WCMF. All you got to do is search that, and you are ready to roll. You can subscribe. We are right there on your phone when you hit both of those apps, or continue to subscribe or watch on the Odyssey app or WCMF.com. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, the official brewery of You Got the Twitch.
Yes. And you watching Three Heads.
Bills Bengals.
Yeah.
In prime time, Sunday night, live right here on CMF. I'll be hanging out at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Brockport.
Wow.
Bro, it's cheat day, man. I am eating my you-know-what off. All the fries,
but you
all the
probably
burgers.
don't eat
Watch
like
me.
you don't eat like
Watch
you.
me.
You don't eat like
Watch.
you used to.
He don't eat like he used to. Come on out, hang out Sunday night at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Brockport. And this game, Tommy, is one of these games the Bills players have been waiting for.
Okay.
They actually talked about it yesterday. Bengals came into Orchard Park last January and embarrassed them, beat them good. And the Bengals relished every second. And from that moment, both of these teams have been on a roller coaster.
Yep.
So we know about the Bills, but the Bengals, they started 1-3. Since that moment, they've won 3 straight. But they're beating teams that may not be good. I mean, Kimmy, even with their win against San Francisco last week.
In San Francisco.
The 49ers were missing several key pieces, and they had dropped 2 straight before that.
Yeah, they were on a little bit of a rocky path there.
So I don't know what to think about this Bengals team, just as Bengals fans don't know what to think about this Bills team. And, Tommy, this is a game that both of these teams need badly.
Yes.
And it's a game that fans need to see to know what to expect. Kimmy, is this Bengals game Sunday night your measuring stick for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think so, because you have to beat a team like the Bengals to get where you want to go. If that makes sense.
Okay.
And it's going to be interesting to see, because I a lot of people make the argument the Bills kind of play sometimes to the level of their opponent.
Okay.
And if the Bengals come out firing, can they match what they do? That'll be interesting to see.
252 WCMF. Are you looking at how the Bills perform against the Bengals as far as how we should expect to see them playing till January? Has that thought crossed your mind this week, Tommy?
Yeah, of course, right? That's all I've been thinking about.
You're all saying it. You're all saying it.
Yeah. That's all I've been thinking about all weekend walking around.
Well, Tommy, you being the football expert here in the room, you know that the Bengals are a seasoned team like the Bills are. They have the playoff experience that Buffalo has. They have the same star power that Buffalo has. In fact, you look at these two teams side by side, they are very similar in almost every single way. If the Bills don't play well Sunday night, are both of you going to start to pull back the expectations for the rest of the season?
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I'm asking you.
It's been kind of this hasn't been a dazzling opening to a Bills season so far.
Yeah, but you say that every year.
Well, not
this has
compared
been-
to what we're used to.
But this has been really slack ass.
I also would think they'd come out. I mean, there's just so much to rally around in this game. With the way, the last time they were there, how things
DeMar
went down.
thing?
Not only
No,
that,
I
but you
think
got blown out by the Bengals in the playoff game
At home.
At home. So I would think, like, because it's kind of a revenge game for you in a lot of ways.
And by the way, the Bengals do this thing where they need to find like extra motivation, and it's like the stupidest thing ever. So last year, Isaiah McKenzie, who wasn't even on the team after the Bills game, had made a comment, and I'm paraphrasing because the weather was so bad. They said maybe the Bills wide receivers shouldn't have run such complicated routes. Simple stuff like the Bengals were doing, which he was right. And the Bengals players yesterday come out, they said they'd only beat us because of conditions, and now we're going to show them how we do it. Shut up. Shut up.
It just seems like I always have a bad feeling when they have to play Cincinnati.
They've only played Cincinnati twice in the last 3-4 years.
But even the game that was canceled.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the Cincinnati was going to win that game.
It was 2 drives.
But like the Bills, they went down and scored. The Bills came down and didn't score.
They kicked a field goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
A field goal.
It was 2 drives.
I know, but I just had a feeling.
Oh, you had a feeling.
That Cincinnati
and based on
was...
your record of picks, your feelings are as good as gold.
But you know I don't have feelings, right? You have
no feeling. You're a man with no feelings.
So when I get a feeling, that's a legit feeling.
So you're saying you were hooked on that feeling?
How could you not? Ain't no cheese in China. No, Cincinnati's like one of those teams I get nervous.
But they started 1-3, Tommy.
Right, and then all of a sudden they're coming around.
But they're beating weird teams.
I would say I look at Cincinnati on the way up, and you don't know where the Cincinnati's on the way up. Mm-hmm. You don't know which way the Bills are going.
Despite the fact that they won last week.
I understand that, but it wasn't a blowout win.
Okay.
You almost let them back in with that Hail Mary.
The Bills had a blowout win against the Dolphins and then went to London and lost to the Jags.
Right. I mean, it's hard to know where the Bills are. You were just saying yesterday they're banged up bad.
No.
You said, like, key guys are out.
Yes, but we're at the point where...
Limping in.
Never said limping in. You just traded for a new starting corner. We'll see how much he plays.
But you said he's a schlub.
I never know. You said he was a schlub.
He's like ancient times schlub.
He's 29.
That's ancient in this league.
No, it's not.
Bro, that's old.
Don't put words in my mouth that I never... You say things like, oh, you said the thing I said.
And you said he's kind of a gypsy. He's been all over the place.
Yeah, but he found his footing in Green Bay. Kind of like you just argued.
And then they got rid of him.
They traded him because they're looking for picks. He was arguably their best defensive player.
All right.
You're not even listening to a word I'm saying.
I hear you.
252 WCMF.
So we're getting this drifter.
Talking about the Bills-Bengals game this weekend as a measuring stick for Bills fans. There are a few reasons to be optimistic about the Bills on Sunday night.
What we got?
And moving forward. 1, the offense looked like it was back to what we knew on Thursday night. It was feast or famine, Josh. He is back in the building. 2, the Bills have had 3 extra days to prepare for this game. They got the mini bye after Thursday Night Football. Historically, Sean McDermott, coach teams do very well with extra time to prepare. Also, historically, Sean McDermott does not lose after he's seen your team beat you up.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying?
All right. But both of these teams know each other very well, right?
Not really. They played a game and 2 drives against each other.
All right.
I mean, it's not like the Dolphins, Patriots, Jets, right?
All right.
But maybe the most important thing to keep in mind for Sunday night, starting in Week 9, the last 3 seasons, the Bills traditionally go on a tear. Last year, they went 7-0 in their last 8 games. The Bengals game not getting finished, no decision, right? In fact, the last 3 years, the Bills are a combined 18-4 over the last 9 weeks of the season.
So they're a second half of the season team.
Of the last 3 years under McDermott. Just over a loss per year average. And in years past, the team seems to gel right about now.
Okay.
Is that something you expect for the second half of the season?
I don't know what to expect.
Oh, my God.
I don't.
I'm giving you numbers here.
I know, but
4 losses in 3 seasons
but
after.
But that's like the past. I mean, is that the same team you got now?
You're citing the past as to why the Bengals are going to beat the Bills.
You know, Von Miller ain't doing nothing. You got guys out.
Yeah.
It ain't the same team.
You had
It ain't the same feel. What?
You had multiple guys out the second half of the season, the last 3. Tre'Davious White 2 years ago. Von Miller last year. They kept winning games. They didn't lose a game after Week 9 last season, Tommy.
All right. I'm not feeling it.
Okay.
I know you, but you're always Mr. Optimist.
Well, no, I look at what has happened in the past, and I use that to judge what could happen in the future. I mean, what else can you do as a football fan?
You got to get that feeling.
Kimmy, the Bills are 18-4 in the last 3 seasons over the last 9 games. Does that give you optimism for Sunday night?
I don't. Here's why I'm nervous about Sunday. It's you have a lot of new pieces in the mix right now, especially defensively.
You got one.
But no, they just signed somebody yesterday.
D-tackle, I don't know how much he's going to play.
Well, I mean, I just think that does affect the way how smoothly things run.
Okay.
No, you don't think like that could poke some holes in the system?
I don't know how much time this new corner gets, Russell Douglas. I mean, he could see a couple of plays. He may not even dress.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
All right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Look, it would make sense if all of a sudden the Bills gel starting this week and moving forward. Because you've been figuring out, Tommy, the last couple of weeks how to use what you have left on defense. Over the next couple of weeks, you'll be working in Leonard Fournette and Rasul Douglas and that defensive tackle they acquired yesterday. Your team should be stronger 2 weeks from now than it was Thursday night. And that team on Thursday night looks stronger than it did 2 weeks before that. And let's be real. You have a team of Bills players that have been around. All of a sudden, this young Bills team is chock full of battle-hardened veterans. They've been in this spot before. They know how to right the ship.
All right.
Does that not give you any solace for Sunday night?
But you've only beaten one good team thoroughly, and that was the Dolphins.
But you've only played really one good team.
And the other teams, you kind of...
Okay, but the Bengals lost to some bad teams.
I
like you just blew back. All right.
It just seems like the Bengals are on the way up. Like they figured, like they're coming back.
Okay.
I ain't feeling it with the Bills.
Well, we're going to get more of what Tommy is feeling just after 7:45 on a Tommy Tells It Like It Is. But before we get there, 252-WCMF, let's talk to Keith. Hey, Keith, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, Keith. What do you got?
I just want to review the Bill Belichick New England Duffy locks.
Whatever.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, what you were talking about, how I don't know.
How Belichick's a terrible coach.
Never would lose at 1 p.m. Their record against Belichick, the last who knows how many games. I don't know. You should remember them, not me.
Sure. You mean the thing you called about?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Keith, you have no faith in the Bills on Sunday.
I don't know if I have no faith, but I don't have the confidence that you have.
Are you a Bills fan?
I could take it or leave it.
So no, then. Okay. No, I mean, look, I don't sit here on Sunday night and say that I am confident the Bills walk away with a blowout win. What is bothering me is you have these two teams side by side, and I'm seeing everybody go, well, Cincinnati's obviously the better team. Why?
No, I wouldn't know. I just wanted to harass you,
Great call, Keith. Great call, buddy. Thanks. Have a great rest of the day.
Honest, right? I just wanted to harass you.
Thank you, Keith.
Keith is bringing it today, baby.
By the way, I stand by my statement that Bill Belichick is a terrible coach, based on the fact that, they have 2 wins so far this season?
All right, Belichick sucks.
Stand by it. Look, the Bills have been in this spot before.
Oh, sure.
And I know this season seems like a nightmare so far, but the strangest thing you will hear all day, and I know this sounds insane, if the Bills win this game, they will be 6-3.
You're going to be feeling good.
Which is the exact same record they had after Game 9 last year.
Okay.
Right? Like last year, going into this spot, everyone felt great. You lost back-to-back games leading up to this spot with that Vikings game that got crazy. But if you win this game, despite everything that has happened so far this season, you are at the same record you were last year when everyone was like, this is the year.
All right.
And it becomes a lot easier to feel better if you beat Cincy Sunday night. I mean, the question becomes, can these two teams that it seems are finally finding their footing after a rough start give us the game we think they can? Are we going to see high-flying offenses all over the place? Yes. Or are we going to see a battle of attrition, two teams that are still trying to figure out what they are, just trying to grind each other down to a nub? I don't know.
All right.
But we'll find out.
Always going to be so exciting.
We will have Tommy's picks just after 7:45. But Tommy Tells It Like It Is. I'm kind of getting a feeling that this ain't going to be a Bills kind of day, Tommy.
Oh, no. You never know. You never know. The hat is in the house.
Wow, you found the hat.
The hat is in the house.
We'll get to those picks just after 7:45 on a Football Friday. And we'll have our good buddies Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy. Just after 9 to recap those picks here on CMF. Tommy Muley, she might be the grandmama of them all.
Who?
If you listen to The Break Room, you know what a mom vict is. And, well, if you don't.
Oh, we got a new one, huh?
Bro.
How rich?
Bro.
Really?
It has to be a record.
Damn.
It has to be a record.
Mama Hall.
And it's like knee-weakening amount of money, if the allegations are true. But it's not just the amount of money Police say she walked away with that is staggering. It's the length of time she was able to do it, if the allegations are true, without anyone suspecting. It happened in our area again. We'll get to that story and all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. The Creep Cap next here in the break room on CMF. The money this woman allegedly took will make you weak in the knees.
So kind of a whopper.
Tommy, she has to be the greatest mom victim we've ever seen in the break
Wow.
room, if what the police are saying is true.
Yeah.
But how much money is just the beginning of the jaw-dropping story we're going to tell you this morning? Because if this woman can go this long without even being suspected, it means, Tommy, without a doubt, there are rich mom vics we'll never know about.
Rich mamas?
And will never face punishment for what they took.
Look at that.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we told you that John Mellencamp's coming to the West Her Auditorium Theater March 8th. Those tickets go on sale today at Ticketmaster.com. But we're going to give you a chance to win them before you can buy them.
All right.
And if I were you,
Well, I do.
I would listen to the break room for just a little while longer.
That's going to be awesome.
Wink.
That's not awesome.
Little white winks for you and me. Wink. By the way, do not call now. If you call now.
I think it would be a pink wink.
Pink wink? Little pink winking. Well, no, pink wink is what your mom used to do to me. We'll get you those John Mellencamp tickets here in the break room on CMF in just a little while. Before we get to this mom vict of all mom vics. It is Friday, Tommy.
Yeah, what do
You say a lot of disgusting things.
All me. Just me, huh?
All you.
It's just all me.
All the terrible, awful,
Yeah.
no good, very bad things that Tommy said all week long. It's a Creep Cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
Gossip is sperm. Sperm is gossip.
Like you,
Don't
Put
put
that
that
on a
on a
shirt.
t-shirt.
the sperm or the same.
I got both for you.
I got it.
Which one do you want? One not to be mean and measure. He's exploded,
know?
man. Look at Pat's mom. Major blowout. She got a dildo from Grandma's closet. Now she feels like she's horny in the 1920s.
Okay, great. Don't be a dick. Yeah.
You don't want to get into a dick off. You don't.
You're right.
Yep.
Never truer statement has never been
You
said
know
on this show.
better than anybody. Lost every time. Rental giner.
No.
Shut up, Kimmy.
I
I'd like to
know.
hear your thing.
I
Nothing
know.
can be finer than rental giner. Worst game show of all time.
What was it?
Come on down for a surprise penis. Ba-da-ba-da.
Henrietta with a thumb out?
Well,
Be a
especially
thumb somewhere. That right ain't free, boy. Hope you didn't have too much asparagus. Grandma had an orgasm with a stinky dildo.
Is that the town? I'm not
It
kidding.
just says dicks. This thing
Oh,
says
I think
okay.
your
dicks.
mom's got a place out there.
It's entire.
I found my thrills on Dick's Hill.
He almost said blueberry.
But there are a few molecules on that area you've tasted. We've all tasted. You can't do the business over a lifetime without thinking you haven't tongued a little. South Florida gonorrhea happens after you had too many margaritas. It's hard to rhyme,
Gonorrhea?
and margarita rhymes. It's an oozing thing, man. It's very hard. And I will say this. The I and the schlong way uglier.
I believe that's an old Chinese proverb.
I don't know, West Texas, town of El Paso. I caught gonorrhea from Maria after too many margaritas.
Get out of my face.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. So if you listen to the break room on a regular basis,
Yeah.
you know what a mom vict is. And for those who are just joining us maybe first couple times, a mom vict is a woman between the ages of like 35 and 70 who works an office job for a town, a charity, non-assuming business. And they are trusted with all kinds of responsibility
Yep.
and money.
She's a bandit in comfortable shoes.
These women are left alone, and no one suspects them of any wrongdoing because they remind you
Yeah.
of mom. And you made the statement, and it's very true, that, Tommy, the older women get in the workplace,
Yeah, they're invisible,
people don't care about them
Right.
anymore. And it's an unfortunate statement, but
but they figured it out.
it gives them an opportunity. And when everybody starts to ignore them, that's when they strike. With all that being said,
Yeah.
a story out of Steuben County yesterday. Ursula Stone has worked as a clerk and treasurer for the village of Addison.
Ursula?
Ursula.
All right.
She's had the job for a long time. And Tommy,
Yeah.
she's seen a lot of money come through.
I bet.
You know where this is going.
So we got ourselves a whopper.
Tommy, what this woman is accused of taking has to be a break room mom vict record. She's been arrested after police say she stole more than $1.1 million
God damn.
in public funds. Over $1 million while working as a village clerk and treasurer. So I know
Ursula.
that some of you listening
Yeah.
may be wondering, how does a woman like that take that much money and no one notices.
Yeah.
Well, authorities say she did it over the course of 19 years.
She was playing this super long game.
Yes, she was. Almost 2 decades. And it doesn't seem, until at least recently, anyone suspected a thing.
So if the allegations are true, she just got lazy because she was. I mean, I'm thinking if I went 10 years stealing money and I haven't heard a peep, I figured it out, man.
Yeah.
Put a pin in that.
Yeah.
We'll loop back
So
around.
you're giving it 10.
There's more details.
Yeah.
There's more details.
Right.
So police say she took the money through various means. Story on News 8 said it involved filing false documents and then using more false documents to cover up the initial false
All right,
documents.
so she created this paper trail.
You got it. They say it was an elaborate scheme, hence the length of time she pulled it off. But now, Tommy, she is paying a price. You ready for this?
What?
For the allegations of stealing $1.1 million while working as a clerk treasurer for 19 years. She is facing 192 counts. The biggest being grand larceny, which is a Class B felony. She's also looking at charges of money laundering, public corruption, corrupting the government, and over 150 counts of falsifying business records. And I know that $1.1 million number is huge and maybe even too large to comprehend. So to put it in perspective, at the press conference yesterday, authorities say the money that she allegedly took would have fully funded their police department for over 4 years.
Or one Ursula.
Wow.
Because she was grabbing basically, rough math here, 50G a year.
50 to 60, because it's 19 years, 1.1
Right,
million.
yeah.
It's around 60. Tommy, she stole 4 years worth of a police department.
But she stole a police department for 4 years.
Yes, if the allegations are true.
Oh, my God.
All right, so to your point, like you made a second ago, and the phone number is 252-WCMF. She must have thought, after this amount of time, there was no way she was getting caught.
So somebody else is going to have to get fired here.
So the
Somebody
mayor of
missed
this...
something, you're saying?
Well, she walked off with all this money and nobody caught it till now. I'm guessing she's not the only comfortable shoe to drop.
The mayor of this village,
Yeah.
she was recently elected when she was resigned just a couple of weeks in after she said that the corruption of previous administrations was too much for her to handle. So maybe
Okay.
that's when they figured it out.
So maybe there's more heads to roll.
I don't know, but again, when you're talking about a village or a town or whatever county, most of them are elected positions.
Yes, true.
So they could have been gone for she's been here 19 years.
Right.
That could be 2-3 administrations ago.
Yeah.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
Tommy,
That's impressive.
how many years do you have to do this to believe that you've pulled off the perfect crime?
I figure if I get a couple of years in and nobody's figured this out, I'm golden.
So you're saying 5?
I was saying less, 3.
Well, we've seen mom vics after 5, 7, 8 years get caught.
Yeah.
We've seen that before. I don't know if we've seen 10 or 15.
This is going on 2 decades.
I mean, like 19 years. Yeah, Tommy.
I get 10 years in. I always figure maybe they know and they don't care.
Well, it's not that they don't. How could you not
well,
care?
you would definitely think they don't notice.
Or
That
it's
money
somebody
doesn't-
else, or they're doing something and they don't want to say nothing. Because I'm figuring the
It's
whole
like a circular firing squad.
Well, I'm thinking like if I'm getting away with this, they don't know. Either you don't know or you do know. You don't want to say anything because you're also doing something criminal.
Okay, possibly, but that doesn't seem to be the case
Right,
here. It just seems that nobody figured it out.
And nobody was watching.
Look, I mean, to your point, I almost don't even blame her towards the end because at 19 years, there is no way.
Why stop now?
No, Kimmy, there's no way.
Why would you? It's free
Yeah.
money.
Yes, and no one's going to catch you, right? If you
Yeah.
can do it for this long and no one is noticing, why would you not
You've
keep
gotten
taking
used
that
to
money?
that salary.
Yes.
Yeah.
If your moral compass is affected enough where you can do this without guilt and your only fear is being caught after 12, 15, 18 years, why stop?
So think about this: like you do it for so long. When you such Ursula sounds like somebody that might have a budget for her family. She was factoring in all the money she was stealing into her family budget for the year.
If the allegations are
If
true.
the allegation, right? Hey, we're gonna go take a nice trip this summer.
Sure.
I'll grab another $30,000-$40,000 to do that. That's insane.
So there's a couple of things that are hard to wrap your head around with this story.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about this woman. She worked as a clerk and treasurer for a village out in Steuben County yesterday. A press conference after she was arrested. Police say over the course of 19 years, she stole more than $1.1 million in public funds under an elaborate scheme. She has to be the biggest
she's number one.
mom vict we've ever seen here in the history of the break room. How did no one in this village not notice?
Well, she was going to create a fake paper trail, so when you investigated it, it probably all looked legit, right? Because she would create, she would steal the money and then justify it with the paperwork.
This is according
right?
to the press conference yesterday.
So unless you dug deeper, which maybe nobody did, they go, "Oh, it looks good to me."
Okay, but like I assume all of these villages and towns.
Yeah, like what's their budget?
Thank you. A
Well,
really
plus you
You would
also
think that
get.
amount of money, not missing would stand out.
I don't know how this works, but I do know there's a word called audit,
okay.
and But everybody has to have an audit. Like all towns have an audit where they
But
go.
how often does that happen?
I always
thought it was
once,
annually.
Yeah, like
Is
once
it?
a year. So they go, this is what came in, this is what you paid
Okay.
out, this is what we should have. And nobody caught that?
Yeah. Like in 19
That's why
years.
you audit, just to see where you're at.
Because, like, in all sincerity, I get that she had a paper trail and I get that it looked legit and everything, but doesn't it have to get to a point where something is needed in the village and you go, we don't have enough money?
It ain't
you
there.
Go,
Yeah.
why?
Right.
Because she's not like,
But she figured it out, man. She figured it out.
well, for 19 years she figured
Yeah.
it
That's
out.
insane, man. I
It's
mean,
a long run.
you should also ask her how she did it. I mean, like, throwing her in jail is one thing. She also pulled it off. You may want to, like, ask her some questions and play nice with her.
Well, it sounds like they know how she did
I was
it.
gonna
She
say,
ain't
but-
the only one.
If she did it. I mean,
No,
allegations.
but think about this. There's a bazillion municipalities out there. She ain't the only one doing this.
Oh, I know.
man.
We've talked
Is
about multiple stories.
So there's somebody out there right now cooking books somewhere that we may talk about 3 years from now.
Well, that's that statement you
I'm
brought
talking
up.
to you, Pamela. I
Oh,
see
you know
ya.
it's a Pamela.
Oh, Pamela's coming. Was she rich?
But what you said is the uncomfortable fact of this conversation, because we've seen dozens, maybe over 100 now, mom vics
Yeah.
in the greater Rochester area the last decade. And we all like to think when we see these stories, and any crime story, that everyone who does illegal things gets caught. But if this woman was able to do this for almost 2 decades,
Hell, she could have like retired, died
Yeah.
of old age doing this.
you got it. And no one was suspicious for almost 20 years.
Right.
It means that there are other mom vics who have done this, who have taken tens of, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, and no one will ever know. This story proves, with the amount of money and the length of time, if it's true, that there are people who have done this and they've gotten away with it and they will never be punished.
I wonder if the skyline of Clearwater, Florida, is paid for with retired mom vic money. You know how like Miami was built on cocaine money?
Yes, yes.
I wonder if like Clearwater, Florida, was built on mom vic stolen money.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
It's like organized crime,
No, I mean, it's organized only in your head.
right?
Right? Unless there is a network of mom vics out there working together.
That's gonna be the next big story, bro.
Again, with this village clerk treasurer out in Steuben County, police say she took $1.1 million while doing her job in an elaborate paperwork scheme over 19 years. If this woman is guilty, because like if you do the math, it averages out to about, like you said, 60 grand a year.
Yeah,
That's more than the average American salary annually.
right. But that's cash.
Yes, no taxes.
Right. So that's way more than the average salary because
right.
nobody walks away with cash. You
You're
pay
right.
taxes and everything else on it. That's the deep dark under the T.
You're absolutely right. But where did this money go? Because I can't imagine.
Was she spending on?
Yeah, because I thought I saw in one of the, I don't know if it was 13 or 10, somebody made a statement that said they found that she was struggling financially.
Okay.
She was?
That's, I got to look.
Right.
I mean, well, look, that
Coming
was,
up a little short there.
that's my question, because if you're bringing in an extra tax-free 60 grand a year on average, right? How does it not stand out? I assume that a tax clerk and a treasurer doesn't make a lot of money working for a village. I assume
Right.
those people had other jobs on top of it.
Right. So there would be a tell, right? Like her lifestyle, something new in her house, doesn't add up.
Unless, I mean,
Nice trip.
Unless there's gambling or drugs or
Could be.
you
It could be
know,
a vice.
debts, whatever.
Could be a vice.
Yeah,
a
so
mom
on
vice.
13, somebody that's involved with the investigation said, while she allegedly lined her pockets over those years, my office and their financial and fiscal evaluations found Edison to be in fiscal stress, operating on a shoestring budget.
How is that? I mean, was that a ruse or was she just blowing this
Could
cash?
be Ruzola.
I don't
Well,
know.
no, you want to believe that she's brilliant.
Well, yeah, because I mean, listen, man.
If she's guilty.
It's a hustle, right? You set up some jive situation where struggling.
Tommy,
Yeah, but on the side, you living it up.
you want to believe that this woman was like brilliant and doing exactly
Right.
what you described. It's also possible that this woman was just tearing through cash if the allegations are true, and this town was too
Right.
eyes closed to village to figure it
Right.
out.
I'm
right?
guessing she's at the limelight, tearing it up. I'm hoping.
All right. So one more question before we move on. Because, Tommy, every time we talk about mom vics, you say you don't want these women punished the way you would punish a man for doing this.
No.
$1.1 million over 19 years. Again, in the press conference, they said this money would fully fund their village police department for 4 years. She took 4 years' worth of a police.
Yeah. This is the worst ever.
What's the punishment?
Well, I mean, it's bad. Pat, it's bad.
Shut up.
It's bad.
Shut up.
If it's true, she shouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
Like how much time?
Yeah, how much time?
I mean, what kind of punishment?
She's facing 100, what did it say, 170 counts? 192 counts, including a Class B felony for grand theft.
All right, so she
End of
did.
sentence.
All right. So 19 years,
Yeah.
roughly?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2.5.
2.5 years? That's more than I thought you were going to say.
2.5
Yeah.
tops.
Because I bet you
She'll get out. She'll get out in 18,
Kimmy?
according to television.
I mean, I'm trying to think because it doesn't. When was the last mom vict we saw like do significant time?
I don't know. Somebody did send us a story where a woman did like 7 or 8 years, or was sentenced to 7 or 8 years.
I mean, just the fact that this was over 20 years, I think that would get you a little bit more time. I would think like a minimum of 5 years.
Okay.
All right.
Is that appropriate? 5 years? I don't know. We don't have an age for this woman,
Right.
and I can't really place how old she is.
Yeah.
She's an Ursula.
Yeah.
She old.
No, I know 2 young Ursulas. I think that name became popular again with the
Is
Little Mermaid.
this that swing back name that's coming back through?
She's 55.
Oh, why do you have this information and I
It's
don't?
the 13
Damn it.
story.
All right, she's a pair of 5.
Thanks, 10.
All right. Pair of 5s. You don't have to block her up too long.
You do. She stole $1.1 million if she's guilty.
I know.
Shut
I
up.
know. She's going to get back all the figurines.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, normally they sentence these women to, like, time server restitution. You can't pay back $1.1 million.
No.
You may not make $1.1 million in gross at the age of 54 for the rest of your life.
She won't.
Yeah, it says none of the money has been recovered.
Holy crap.
So she's only got 10 years left of work, probably.
Well,
right?
no, that would have been the case.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
All right. So what do you want to give her?
10 minimum.
10.
Yeah, 10.
Come
I
on.
mean,
You got like a woman
That's
up for
half
10
the time she stole money for,
yes.
allegedly.
I mean, 10 years, that's only a year for every $100,000 she allegedly took.
60-year-old woman in the joint.
Yeah, don't steal $1 million.
Don't steal, Granny.
$1 million.
And I want her to go to jail, but 10 is too long.
Okay.
She won't make it.
Well,
She won't. She wants to see her grandchildren.
Okay, that would have been a good idea when you weren't stealing $1.1 million, according to police. All right, let's take a break. There is a gentleman who it seems was fed up because there is a woman that's been arrested after an incident involving her ex-boyfriend. We'll catch you up on the details there. But
So she's in trouble, not the ex.
You got it. And that's what's interesting about this story is because anytime you hear domestic and arrest.
Oh, you put it on the dude.
You got it. But more and more, over the last couple of years, we've been seeing guys standing up and saying, look, I'm not taking this anymore.
Ladies coming up.
Now, this is not a physical incident, and we'll, again, catch you up on everything. But I wonder how many men, even though this guy was well within his right because this woman was arrested to call 911, look at this guy as a bitch for what he did.
Oh.
And we'll get into it coming up. But we got tickets to go see John Mellencamp. Live and in person, one-night-only event, Westher Auditorium Theater, March 8th, 2024, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale today, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com, but we got them for you right now.
Damn.
We'll take the 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You're going to see John Mellencamp. Again, tickets go on sale today, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. 8th caller, 252-WCMF. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room. At what point do you have to call the cops on a crazy ex-girlfriend? Next on CMF. For a very long time, we as a society, Your Majesty, thought women didn't do the crazy things men did after breakups.
Yeah.
Men were the one following women around. Men were the one placing phone calls and showing up at public places. In the last few years, at least publicly, that started to change.
Ladies coming up.
But the reason is what's confusing. Because with the story in front of us, you can make an argument the woman of today is different than the woman of 3 or 4 decades ago.
It ain't your mama's mama's mama.
You can also make the argument this type of stuff has always happened, and guys are now just fed up with it.
Oh, so like behind closed doors.
You got it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It is a football Friday. Bills, Bengals, Sunday night live right here on 96.5 WCMF in prime time. Just after 7:45, Tommy is wavering on his Bills.
Well, I've been following the hat. The hat spoke to me.
We have a Tommy Tells It Like It Is. His picks for Sunday night just after 7:45 here on a football Friday on 96.5 WCMF. A 41-year-old woman has been arrested after an incident involving her ex-boyfriend.
Oh.
According to authorities, the woman is accused of entering a building owned by both she and her ex.
A building.
A building, that's what the story says.
All right. That's a weird way of saying something. It's not in a house
Maybe
or
they
an
own
apartment.
Maybe they own a business.
Business together. Okay.
Possibly, I don't
All
know.
right.
Maybe they had like a rental property.
All right. Okay.
So while inside, they say she damaged property and stole a TV that did not belong to her. She's been charged with criminal mischief and petty larceny. She was taken to the Seneca County Correctional Facility to await arraignment. So let's start the conversation this way.
Right.
Do you judge a man for calling the cops on his ex-girlfriend?
For trashing a joint.
Well, anything at all. Because like based on the details of this story, this incident, he was never in physical danger.
Right.
And we don't know the extent of the damage, but this
Right.
would be far from the first time a woman smashed up something of her ex's.
No kidding.
It used to be that we as men didn't do anything about it. Hell, that woman who sings a Monday Night Football song had a monster hit where she talks about committing several misdemeanors, destroying her boyfriend's car.
Yes.
What's that woman's name, Kimmy?
Carrie Underwood.
Thanks, Kimmy.
You beat me to it.
Thank you. What changed?
I don't know. I'm surprised that I thought the guy got whooped or something.
Nope, no physical anything. She went in, according to police, she goes into this building, she damages property, she stole a TV, he called the cops.
Right.
41 years old, the woman.
Yeah.
We've seen, Tommy, more women than ever in the news for stuff like this, which tells us guys are now calling the cops and holding these women accountable.
Just on lady crazy.
Well, what's the difference between lady crazy and guy crazy?
Well, no, I'm just saying lady crazy, but you didn't get hit. No violence.
Yeah, no violence. So do you judge this man, Tommy, for calling the cops on his ex-girlfriend?
Yes.
Why?
It seems like it's a little bit of overkill. I mean, unless she did so much damn damage.
So much damn damage?
Damn damage.
Damn
God
damage.
damn. Mama's damn damage.
Because I just want my place fixed. I don't know what getting somebody arrested helps.
Well,
It just adds to my day.
She would be held accountable for what she did.
It's never gonna hold her.
Ain't a prison alive.
There ain't.
And their mama ain't been born
Yeah.
that can hold my ex-girlfriend after smashing my TV.
Yeah, you can't hold down an ex. You can't. Ex-girlfriends, they're vicious, bro.
Okay, so you would make the same argument then for a woman that had a man do this to their property they own together.
Saying
Like, let's say we'll flip the
just
story.
flip the script.
Yep, 41-year-old man goes into a building they own together, smashes stuff up, steals the TV. She shouldn't call the cops.
No, call the cops.
Why?
Because he's violent.
That's not violent. It's
Violent.
No, but that's not violent. It's property damage. It's the same
I understand,
thing you
but
just made.
But yes, men do all the damage in this world.
No, the woman in this story,
in
according to
this in
allegations.
particular, yes.
No, but we've seen other stories like this.
I understand. But men have a propensity for violence
Okay.
and violent acts
Okay.
more than women do.
Says who?
And says me.
Okay.
And he's stronger than she is. He should know better.
But again,
She
he
should
wasn't.
know better.
He wasn't in this story. If we flipped it, she wouldn't have been there when he did this thing. What's the difference between the two?
Gender.
Kimmy, do you think this woman, if the charges are true, should be held accountable for what she did?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
I mean, that's it. There's nothing
Same as a
more
man.
needed to need.
Same
Yeah.
as a man.
What's the difference?
Yeah, if you physically hurt somebody,
No. If you went in there, you just tore the joint up.
I'm sorry, I missed part of this. I've been
Oh,
dealing
sorry.
with some issues over here.
No worries.
And
no
men will
worries.
do way more tear it up damage than some girl.
How do you know that? We don't know the
She's
details.
got them girl tools. They never have enough of them in her toolbox. She's got like a pair of pliers and a tack hammer. She's going to rip the place apart. He's probably got all the tools to tear the place apart.
No, I would say the tools would make it less of a tear apart because you're actually doing the job the right way. And look, I do want to.
I think men do way more damage when they get violent.
Just like destroying stuff, you're saying?
All right, I want to add a disclaimer here. I understand that men are doing the same thing this woman is accused of, and sometimes more dangerous stuff. Fair. This ain't the He-Man Woman Haters Club break, right? But why? It seems out of nowhere. Have we seen men deciding we're going to hold the women who go nuts accountable, where in years past, we just fixed the stuff you broke and we went on about our lives? And you look at this man as a bitch. You said it yourself. These women break the law. They cost us money. There is a court and a repayment system in place for all of this. So why would you not use it?
I mean, maybe she could be a mother.
Okay.
And,
But isn't that on her?
I understand that, but you would be contributing to that problem.
But but she did that.
I understand.
No, you don't.
But you
keep
hold
saying,
but you hold the cards.
No, she holds the cards by not breaking into a building and destroying stuff that belongs to her ex.
Okay, let's set that aside.
No, you can't, because that's the story.
Okay, she did. She did bad. She did bad. She was very bad.
Stop pointing at me.
But now you hold the cards of whether you hold her fate in your hands, I guess is what I'm saying, because now you can turn the screws or cut her loose.
I would make the argument that the fate was held within her own hands if the allegations are true when she decided to enter this building, destroy stuff, and steal a television.
She did bad.
So, and I know you think that you're being...
by the way, you can get TVs for $200 at BJ.
Which is why she's being charged with petty larceny.
Right. I mean, that way she'll let go.
I know you think you're being progressive here. I know you think you're like being a victor for women. But you are saying essentially that women are weaker and dumber, which is why we should let them go.
Dumber.
You said it. I just said she held in her hands her fate. If she is a mother, if she has all these other things going on, and you go, well, these ladies, they don't understand. They don't understand how life works. Why would you throw them in jail? Would you throw a puppy in jail? No.
Would you?
He just peed on the carpet.
But
by the way,
men control everything. I always say when a woman goes bad, there's a man behind it. There's a man that pushed her to the limit.
Oh, my God.
It's a man's world. They run everything.
What are you,
they
James
own everything.
Brown now?
Good God, no.
Wouldn't you worry?
There goes my TV. Good God, no.
Wouldn't you worry, though, if you didn't do anything about this one incident, what the next level for this woman would be?
Great question.
Hey, maybe
That'd
get
be
off
my
her
fear.
ass. Maybe get off her ass.
What do you mean? It's an ex.
Maybe treat her like an equal.
Oh, my God.
How about
But
equal
no,
pay?
by calling the cops would be doing that.
Treat her like an equal. Yes, she's exactly right.
Not cop equal, nice equal.
How did you immediately argue against your own point?
Just be nice.
Yeah, don't break into my stuff.
What if he pushed her?
What if he
now
didn't?
you're just adding things to the story that aren't there.
You're creating stuff.
Guys run their mouth.
So what? It's not illegal to run your mouth.
It should
Do
be.
you think because
You would be in jail for the rest of your life.
Do you think because things like this happen to you that other guys should just suck it up and deal with it?
Like you could have been killed by a woman that tried to run you down with her car. You didn't call
And
the
I'm
cops.
sure she would have destroyed your stuff if she had the chance.
I didn't have no stuff. she had a piece of crap car that was nicer than mine.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this 41-year-old woman charged after police say she entered a building owned by she and her ex-boyfriend while inside. They say she damaged property, stole a TV that did not belong with her. She's been arrested, charged with criminal mischief and petty larceny. And there was this idea for years that women didn't do crazy stuff like this.
Kimmy, you think it happened years ago, but just didn't talk about it?
My belief is that this has been happening the whole time. And it's only recently that guys were finally like, hey, why am I not calling the cops? Because I have stories of women going nuts on me back in the day. And here's the thing. There were times where I was not a good dude. But I didn't deserve what they did.
But at the time, you probably felt like you did.
Well, here's the thing. I didn't want to look like a bitch. I wasn't going to call the cops. And there are also incidents where I didn't do anything inappropriate. And these women went insane. But it didn't even register in my head, Kimmy, that
was an option?
Yeah. Because it never happened. Tommy, my theory is this has been happening forever.
Okay.
And it's only now that we're seeing guys being like, wait a minute, why do I not call the cops?
Men
here?
stepping up, being huge pusses.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rod. Hey, Rod, what's up, buddy?
Roddy.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to chime in. I think the guys are calling more often because women want equality, and they're finally getting it. But they don't like it.
Well, no one likes being arrested, Rod. And I don't know if this woman walked into this building thinking I'm not going to be held accountable for it, because you can make the same argument for guys that do stuff like this. I mean, a man that smashes up a woman's car, even if it's in a fit of passion and anger, has to know someone's calling the cops.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just chiming in on the. You're asking why people are.
Why men are now calling the cops?
Yeah, I'm just saying because of the equality. I completely agree that you're smashing something, you should get the cops called on you.
No, but I mean, Rod, like for your argument to be the case, which I don't disagree with, right? Like you then also are a champion for like equal pay for women and things like that.
Equality.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess. If that's what they want.
I
Yeah.
guess. That's
That's what we want.
If that's Kimmy, do you guys want to be paid the same?
You know what? Cut my salary. I don't care.
That's what you want.
What
are you gonna do with all that
Now
extra-
I'm thinking about it.
Rod, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good
That's
rest of
what
the day.
they want.
And that's what makes this discussion so complicated,
What's
right?
that?
And I don't think this guy was like dialing the phone. This is for equality.
Like that's what makes this conversation so complicated. Is because a guy like you with an old school mentality is
Well, that's all I got.
Is arguing for women. Yeah, you can't change. Is arguing for women to not be held accountable.
Right.
Not because you don't think they deserve to be held accountable, but because look at them. But then a guy like Rod, who obviously has a little contempt in his voice.
Yeah, I can sense that.
For what seems to be, a thing
You
that is.
had it coming, ladies.
Like that guy has the same take I have, but we have the take for completely different reasons. So this isn't a discussion that separates two groups of people that have the same sensibilities. You have this like circular firing squad of like, they should be held accountable, but because this is what you wanted, but no, because this is what is right. But you could have had it better, but you didn't want it. Now I gotta watch the kids, and you should go to jail. It's very strange.
I know.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Have you ever done anything to a man that could have landed you in the back of a cop car?
No, I don't think so. I've never destroyed anything.
Kimmy, we're an honest show.
No, I'm serious. Like I've never taken out my anger on anything. Just in general.
I just find it strange that as we're having this discussion, and I'm saying like, women do this. And
I stole a hoodie or two.
You should go to jail for that. No, I just find it weird. Like we're having this discussion, and I go, women, they do
I know, I'm
this,
trying
and you
to
go,
wrap my
yep,
head
and I go,
around.
women have been doing this for decades, and you go,
No,
yep,
I
and
mean
I go,
I've known people that have.
were those women ever held accountable?
No, nope.
All right, can you tell me the story of the craziest woman you've seen go nuts after a breakup on a dude, or even in a relationship?
I mean, I know a girl that kind of stole a guy's car.
Kind of stole?
Like, it was just not as, I don't know, like she took it and was like, he can call me when he needs his car back.
His car?
Damn,
Yeah.
that's cold-blooded.
It's kind of one of those things.
Should that
It was a bad breakup.
Should that woman go to jail?
I mean, she did give it back, but she had
gave
it for
it
a while.
back. It was a junk car. It was some West Virginia hoopty.
It's a car,
It was
man.
a Jeep.
Oh, bro.
It's a Jeep.
Rusted out asshole. Jeeps can be beat to hell.
All right, I guess the moral of this story is...
What's that?
One, you're not a bitch for holding someone accountable for doing something that is
Even the lady
illegal.
folk.
Yes. And two, to all you ladies listening,
For all of you ladies out there.
the time of reckoning has come. Because
All right.
Ron says you wanted this. Be careful what you wish for.
All right, watch your ass.
All right, let's take a break. It is a football Friday. Bills take on the Bengals Sunday night in prime time. Live right here on 96.5 WCMF. But there's no reason to even watch the game.
I got you.
Because you're going to find out everything that's going to happen here in just a second, despite the fact that looking in Tommy's eyes during our break in the late 6 o'clock hour, he doesn't even know where he's going.
No.
There's times where you had hope for the Bills, and then there's times where you're like, Bengals. It's a Tommy tells it like it is. And it happens next here on a Football Friday on 96.5 WCMF. Bills, Bengals, live Sunday night right here on 96.5 WCMF in prime time. If you want to watch the game, after you listen to it here, watch the game, you can come hang out with a very super cool guy.
Like leave the house and go see somebody.
Well, yeah, and he's worth it.
Real? Oh, it's a he.
Yeah. I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport.
Ooh, Pat the party machine on cheat day.
I'll be there starting at 7:30, so that
Eating
means
ain't cheating.
I got a good 45 minutes to eat all of the cheeseburgers and fries, which
Nice.
I will be doing. And hopefully my wife is willing to come out and drive me home because I would also like to drink a lot of beers. But we'll see how that goes.
Damn.
But come hang out with me. Watch the game, the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport Sunday night with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. We talked early this morning, Tommy, about how this is a benchmark how you measure the rest of the season game if you're a Bills fan.
Right.
Two very similar teams, two teams that have been struggling when they had massive expectations, and two teams in the AFC that could still at this point be in the top 3 for seeds. You need this one if you're going to do what you thought you were going to do. So with all that being said, you are nervous. It seems like you are bearish.
I'm not nervous.
It seems like you're bearish on the Bills.
Bearish?
Bull, bear.
Oh, I
bullish.
got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Stock market, nobody does.
Okay. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Financial Player.
I've been watching CNBC, no problem.
God. Take one overseas trip, don't know you anymore.
There are some football experts that will tell you what you want to hear, but only one man.
Some football experts will tell you what you want to hear. Our football expert tells you what you need to know. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is in the Break Room on WCMF.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Do you want to put the hat on now, or do you want to leave the hat on your knee?
The hat is going to stay like that for a reason.
Oh, the hat's back.
Okay. I'll let you explain later.
All right.
If you are watching us on YouTube or Twitch or our Odyssey app or WCMF.com, you can see the hat. The hat is in the building. You ready?
Yeah.
Over, under. Every week, it just gets funnier. 2.5 sacks for this Bills defense. The Bills, if the Bills are going to succeed, they got to get to Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow, and it's something they only did once during that playoff game at home back in January. Kimmy, they only sacked him once in that game.
That is nuts.
Burrow had a calf injury earlier in the season that was holding him back. It led to the Bengals' 1-3 start, but he seems to be totally fine now. He was running all over the place against San Fran.
I would think at this point in the season he's back to his normal self.
So the Bengals are just outside the top 10 in sacks allowed in the league, so better than average. But they did give up 3 sacks to the 49ers last week, and I think, Kimmy, you can make the argument the Bills' pass rush might be just as good as theirs. Can the Bills get to Burrow and throw him off, or does time to throw mean a long day for this Bills secondary? Over, under 2.5 sacks for this Bills D Sunday night.
I'm going to go ED.
Wow. Why?
Did you tell me that defense is beat up, man?
No, I didn't say that. In fact,
Von Miller ain't doing squat ass.
Squat ass. He's
Ain't
doing a
doing
lot of squats.
squat ass.
Have you seen those legs?
Settle down.
Well, no, nothing compared to Leonard Fournette's.
I know. I saw that yesterday.
Holy crap.
That
Was
looked
that real?
photoshopped.
Yeah.
That
Wait.
looked ridiculous. Like, somebody should not be able to walk with those legs. But I'm taking the under.
You're taking the under. Tommy, despite the fact that the defense has been kind of breaking towards the end of games, they're still getting to the quarterback.
All right. But you're playing Joe Cool. And Joe Cool's on the way up.
Joe Cool might still have effects from that calf injury.
Don't look like it. Look like he's cool.
So to be clear.
And you're playing in his house.
Okay, but they played in our house last time, and it didn't go well.
Oh, no, wait. I
The
thought
playoff game, you idiot. The full game that we played, not the 2 drives.
Okay.
So just to be clear,
All right.
you are under
Yes.
2.5 sacks for the Bills D on Sunday.
It's not often you take the under.
I knew this was going to happen.
Why is that?
Well, no, because you're a puss-ass bitch.
What, just for going in with my hat logic?
Yeah. Well, you don't even have the hat on. Maybe that's what the problem is.
The hat is upside down. Because that is the international sign of distress.
I thought we were rallying. I thought it was a rally hat.
It's the
No.
unrally? I don't even know what to call it.
International
The
sign
hat
of
is
distress.
off and upside down. That's the international sign. We in trouble.
So you need a fishing boat to come help you out with your hat.
But they do.
SOS hat.
Yes.
Okay. With that being said, over under 1.5 a touchdown catch for the Angel Gabriel Davis. So Gabe Davis started the season on a tear. He had 4 straight games with a touchdown catch starting in week 2? And then he went cold for a couple of games. And that's kind of his MO, right? He is a streaky.
Hot and cold.
Yeah, football player. He does really well, and then he disappears. So.
Not good in this league. We need consistency. You got to be tight. Tight. Gabe ain't tight, man.
He had a touchdown catch for the first time in a few weeks against the Bucs, which means, if we're going to go historically, he's about to have 3 more straight games with a touchdown. The Bengals are in the middle of the pack when it comes to touchdown passes allowed, and when it comes to offense, they've played a pretty soft schedule so far. But the Bills have so many offensive weapons, and if they continue to do what they did last Thursday, Josh will be using all of them. I mean, Kimmy, Khalil Shakir almost had 100 yards receiving against the Buccaneers. Do we see Gabe Davis back in the end zone this weekend? Over under 1.5 a touchdown catch for Gabe the Angel Davis.
So, Mr. Hot and Cold?
Yeah.
He's going cold.
Oh.
Really?
Going cold.
Who are you?
Bro, the kid's up and down. You can't trust him.
No, but
Upside down hat.
He's up this way. He's over here. He's down over there. He's over here for one.
No, but he went cold. Now he scored last week. He should be going hot.
Not feeling it.
So you're under?
Yeah.
Half a touchdown catch for Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
Tommy tells it like it is. A very solemn Tommy tells it like it is.
Yeah, this isn't fun.
Getting ready for a primetime game here on CMF. Tommy is under 2.5 sacks for this Bills D. He is under half a touchdown catch for Gabe Davis. Are you ready for your third pick?
Oh, already go.
Over under 85 yards rushing for Bills running back James Cook. James Cook is quietly having a hell of a season for the Bills.
Oh, the chef.
He is 8th in the NFL in rushing, Timmy. He's top 10.
Right.
And that's splitting carries with Latavius Murray. He hasn't started the last 2 games. He's still 8th in the NFL in rushing. And he's averaging almost 5 yards a carry, which is remarkable. When he gets going, he will get you 7 yards, no problem. Add to that, the Bengals have not been able to stop the run. They are 5th from the bottom in the league in rushing yards allowed per game. Now, we know Sean McDermott loves himself a ground and pound, control the tempo type of game. But when they've tried that this season, despite great numbers for the quarterback and the running back, they lose.
Yeah.
And we saw this offense go back to throw it all over the yard mode last week. It's hard to know what to expect when Josh takes the offense onto the field Sunday night. Over under 85 yards rushing for Bills running back James Cook.
So it sounds to me that Josh, to win this game, he's got to throw the ball. It's got to be a shootout, right?
Well,
you're not going to go in a low-scoring game with Joe Burrow.
I don't know. I don't know what to expect from this Bengals
So,
team.
and if they get behind, they're not going to run the ball. They got to throw it.
So, over under 85 yards rushing for
The
James
chef sits this one out.
Oh.
You got to sit his ass down,
I
man.
think this is going to be a high-flying affair.
It has to be.
Well, no, but you have the Bills not getting 2.5 sacks. You have Gabe Davis not catching a touchdown.
Well, that's just Gabe Davis.
You have
Mr. Hot.
James Cook
He's not dependable.
rushing. You understand that the Bills, I know where this is going. Because I know you. The head is upside down.
Distress. What?
Even if you think the Bills are going to lose this game, individual players can have great performances in that loss. Like for you,
prove me wrong, Chef.
No, for you, it's like
Gabe.
when the Bills win, everybody does amazing. When the Bills lose, everybody sucks. And that's not how prop bets work, you idiot.
Why do you ask me my opinion and then yell at me the entire time?
No, because your opinion is based on nothing. You just like, under, because, like I look at him and I'm all like,
I think Cincinnati seems to be going in the right direction and Buffalo don't.
The Bills won last week. The offense looks like it's back to normal.
Baker Mayfield, who you said is a bum. We beat a bum.
The Bengals beat the literal last pick in the draft last year.
Yeah, but they were a good team.
That had lost 2 straight going into that game.
Somebody's saying San Francisco might be going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they said that when they were 5-0. Now they're saying, do they make the playoffs at 5-3? They've lost 3 straight.
All right.
So just to be clear.
Yeah, be clear.
You are under 85 yards rushing
clearly.
for James Cook. All right, the point spread this week has been all over the place. The Bills were briefly 1.5-point favorites Sunday night.
So the money don't know where to go.
Yeah, it swung all the way back to 2.5 points for the Bengals. Then it moved to 1.5 for Cincy. Then it moved back to 2.5. So that's what we're going to go with here. The Bills have not covered the spread since the Miami game. However, this is the first time all season they have been underdogs, and the Bills traditionally perform well under Sean McDermott as underdogs. Tommy, do the Bills win this game? And if not, do they keep it within 2 points?
Well, I'm going to say It ain't the Bills' day.
Wow.
Is this the first time you've said that?
Feels like it.
And
It might be.
they ain't going to cover.
So what are you predicting?
Oh, you know what I'm predicting.
Wow.
It's going to be
Uh-oh.
Southern Ohio. Bend in the river. Joe Cool Burrow. Blue.
Wow.
Oot.
You have the Bills getting blown out in Cincinnati Sunday night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, great news for Bills fans. We're going to win this game. And everything is going to happen right for the Bills.
All right.
Prove him wrong, Bills.
No, because that's
They
us.
have their number, man. I'm telling you.
They played him once.
Since he's got
Joe Burrow and Josh Allen have played a single game against each
But
other.
even that DeMar Hamlin horrible thing that happened game,
Yeah.
it looked like it was going since he had it rolling, man.
Two drives. They played two drives.
But I felt it.
What did you feel?
Everybody felt it.
That might have been a stroke. That might have been a stroke.
Weak.
Okay. So based on
Tight. When you go to Cincy, you got to be tight.
So based on that's why your mom's not allowed there. So based on a single game and two drives,
Yes.
you think the Bills have no chance?
That's what the hat is telling me.
Between two teams that played a season ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
Tommy is under with the Bills losing on absolutely everything.
Yep.
Let's recap one more time. He is under 2.5 sacks for the Bills D. He is under 1/2 a touchdown catch for Gabe Davis. He's under 85 yards rushing with James Cook. He's got the Bills losing and getting beat.
Which is 10 points.
Yes, 10 points. We got it. We will have our good buddies from the Fan 95.7, Mike Danger. He'll be joining us just after 9. And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Sounds like a hell of a show.
Just after 9 to recap
That's
those picks.
so fast, buddy. Because you were saying, like, you don't know what kind of Joe Burrow you're going to get. Maybe a calf is bothering him still.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. It's hard to tell.
Oh, I think he's going to have some numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, big numbers.
Give me an example.
Oh, I'm going to say player of the week.
You think he...
Offensive player of the week?
Offensive player of the week.
You know
We'll
what
go
he's
to
doing.
Joe Cool.
You know what he's doing. He's trying to delay going over until Thursday. That's what he's trying to do.
What are you talking about?
Because we don't find out
Yeah, usually
AFC
they don't
offensive
announce
player.
it.
Hey, I don't
Wednesday.
control this league. I just,
You don't control your
I
mouth.
operate within the parameters of the NFL.
Okay.
Joe Burrow hasn't gotten it yet this season,
No,
right?
no, he's been
'cause
playing terrible.
Did he get it last? He had a pretty good game last week, didn't he?
I don't know.
All right, Kimmy, will
No,
you
he
Google
didn't.
real quick? So just to make sure we're all on the same page, your bonus pick is that Joe Burrow performs so well against this Bills
Oh, he's
defense
going to light it up, bro.
that he is the AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Kimmy, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. We'll talk about it at 9. What do we got? Why are you making a face?
He was named AFC Offensive Player of the Week for his performance in the team's 31-17 win at San Francisco 49ers.
So he's going to get back-to-back.
That's what you
That's
you have him winning
according to you.
back-to-back
Back-to-back.
AFC
Well, Josh
Offensive Player
did
of
it.
the Weeks.
Yeah,
Didn't Josh do
yeah,
it?
he did, he did.
Well, if Josh can do
No,
it, Joe
yeah,
Burrow
Joe
can do it.
Can, absolutely. All right, Mike Danger, Ryan Duffy, just after 9 to recap those picks on a Football Friday on CMF. Tommy, believe it or not, we're 3 weeks away from Thanksgiving.
I know.
Insane.
I know.
And now is the time where you're figuring out where you're going, if you're cooking at home, what you're going to cook.
Yeah, you've gotten your orders pretty much, right?
Well, that's just it. If you haven't and you're worried about time and whether or not you can make things well,
Yeah.
there's a hell of an opportunity that's shown up this year.
Oh,
Well, like making a turkey is hard,
it's brutal.
and it just takes forever.
Yes.
So why not have it delivered to your house on a truck, totally done, from across the country?
Wait.
We'll get into it
It's
next to Breaker
cooked?
96.5 WCMF. It was just a matter of time before something like this showed up.
What happened?
Well, we want things we love from our past, but we don't want to spend the time to make them good. And this takes care of that completely. But if you were to show up at someone's house this holiday season and this was on the table, how upset do you think the average person would be?
Would they even know if you don't tell them?
Ooh. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. They say, Tommy, you can get anything on Amazon.
You can.
And this is proof of it. This year for Thanksgiving, you can buy a fully pre-cooked turkey to be delivered to your house from Amazon.
Or wouldn't you do it?
In fact, there are multiple companies on Amazon to choose from. There's a company called Farm Pack, and they will sell you a hickory smoked turkey.
Damn.
A 7 to 9 pound hickory smoked turkey, good for a family of 4 to 6 in a reusable insulated cooler that you just reheat. It says in the thing it's just as juicy and satisfying as the one that Grandma used to make. What do you think a fair price?
Oh, they're going to bend over for the bird.
Pre-cooked turkey delivered to your house for Thanksgiving. What do you think the price on that would be?
A bill.
You nailed it. $100.
Wow,
It's $100.
Oh, yeah,
for
they're
the
going to, yeah.
And by the way, that's just the 7 and 9 pound version.
That's not a huge-ass bird.
It's not.
Because this isn't, they're not like partnering with somebody locally, right? Like,
No.
This could
Well,
come from
Amazon
anywhere.
does, because they use Whole Foods, probably.
Well, but I don't know if that's how they're doing. No, this isn't Amazon. This is a separate company selling on Amazon.
So, because, I mean, Wegmans does it. I mean, they do that whole turkey delivery thing. Probably Tops does it, too.
Yeah, but do you get a full, do you get like a turkey, or do you get cut up turkey?
I know with Wegmans, you get the whole thing.
Okay, so you get the bird itself. You get the bird itself. All right, but that morning, you're picking it up, and it's being cooked that morning. This bird, I don't know. I mean, it's coming from...
Yeah, maybe it's coming from, Southern California to your house.
Yeah.
Southern California turkey. It's going to show up, right? It wants granola.
It's not even cooked. It's just got a tan. So that means you got to reheat it.
Yes,
probably.
you do.
Yes, you do.
But they're saying no dry.
Well, that's what they say. Company says they also have a 13-pound version that'll run you about $120.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you got to have bank for this. But if you think about it, you also don't have all that aggravation.
Okay. Well, no, just for the turkey. The sides, you got to make those.
Oh,
this is
true.
just the bird.
Yeah.
Is it worth the money?
Oh, I would definitely do it. I hate cooking that stuff.
Okay.
It's such a waste of time. And it's all morning. And actually, it's the night before.
I think you should be aware before you make a decision, and the phone number is 252-WCMF. It is being predicted that turkey prices could drop as low as $1.27 a pound before Thanksgiving. This bird costs you around $10 a pound.
Yeah.
So that's 5 to 10 times more buying this pre-cooked bird delivered from God knows where.
I mean, you're paying for convenience. I get it.
But you're paying 10 times the amount for the convenience. 10 times.
I know.
10.
Because I remember, soaking it, and doing this, and thawing it out. It takes up the entire refrigerator.
You're right.
Yeah, then you got to load it in the morning and then watch it.
Yeah. But you're also taking a risk not knowing how this sucker's going to taste. I mean, you know how you make a turkey. You don't know how this one's coming out.
Yeah, but they're saying succulent.
Kimmy, would you spend $100 on a turkey that would cost you
well, what do you
$10?
Holiday chintz.
No. I wouldn't take that big of a risk because, what if you get it and it sucks?
All right, so you're not concerned about the price. You're concerned about how it's going to taste.
I think I'm more concerned about just the whole process of it all. I think I would have to know somebody who did it first and told me it's worth it.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to be the first to test it.
And a 10-pound bird ain't feeding your old man.
He's not going to eat 10 pounds.
Bro, he's stripping that thing bare. Those bones will look like they were bleached in the sun.
Would you be upset if the person hosting your Thanksgiving got a pre-cooked turkey delivered to their house?
No.
And we're not talking locally catered, like you brought up Wegmans. All the restaurants will do that. Like it came from across the country, delivered by a truck in a guy with a hat. That wouldn't bother you?
No, if it's good, it's good. I'm not a big traditionalist when it comes to Thanksgiving.
Okay, but you don't.
Some of this stuff, there's a reason why you only eat some of this stuff once a year. It ain't that good.
Or because it's so hard to prepare.
Cranberry? The only time you ever have it.
You argued for cranberry the other day.
You were
whole berry.
No, whole berry sucks. I want my congealed from a can.
You like poor man's cranberry.
I like what cranberry's supposed to taste like.
The thing about Thanksgiving is it's all the stuff together, and how often do you have all of those sides if you're just cooking for the two of you?
Once a year. You get it once a year. And that bird, look, man,
Yeah.
Turkey is only good in that way on Thanksgiving
Yes, it is.
because of the way that it's prepared. It's juicy, it's succulent, the gravy's there. You watch the bird come right out in front of your face. Like very few people prepare a full turkey like that at any other day of the year.
True.
So if that's the centerpiece, and if I get this really good stuff once a year, if I go to somebody's house and they go, "Oh, I ordered it on Amazon. It got here yesterday. I just got to put it in the oven," I'm pissed.
But what if you didn't tell it? I bet you if you didn't say a goddamn word and just put that bird on the table, people would never know. Never know.
But if it sucked,
it's probably even prepared better because it was prepared professionally by chefs.
No, but it wasn't. You don't know that.
Yes, a chef. They hired a chef to figure this out.
I literally just told
Food
you.
people.
I literally just.
Who do you think prepared the food?
You could have a chef prepare. Bro, would you call someone who works at Taco Bell a chef?
Yes. They're a chef.
No,
they cook.
There are chefs that design those recipes. The kid putting it together in the back ain't a chef. And I'm sure.
Well, there's always
Step by
side
step.
guy.
I'm sure
Sous chef?
if the Taco Bell corporate guy were to make you the taco that he designed, it would
Delicious.
taste much different than the kid who's behind the counter. And that's not a problem.
Bro, if I laid those two tacos out, top guy, bottom guy, you wouldn't even know.
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
People they play such mind games with themselves.
You're the kind of guy
You
that
had this thing bouncing around a truck and he's throwing it over here.
Yeah, why would it not be like that?
Sitting out in some fields for a month.
It's smoking a cigarette before it gets to you. It's taking a break with the guy. You're the kind of guy that won't go to a restaurant if they change owners, and you're going to tell me this doesn't matter?
It don't matter.
Okay.
I would be totally for it. Like if my wife said, let's do this, I'm in.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. It turns out you can buy multiple pre-cooked turkeys fully to be delivered to your house for Thanksgiving on Amazon. Now, I'm not sure when they show up, if it's like the morning of Thanksgiving, if it's the day
You
before.
probably get it the day before, I would imagine.
But this company called Farm Pack Hickory Smoked Turkey will deliver you a 7 to 9 pound turkey. It's good for a family of 4 to 6. Okay.
Right off the farm, bro.
In a reusable insulated cooler for $100. The 13-pound version costs you about $120. But I mean, look, you can say it's just as juicy. You can say it's just as delicious. I can't imagine a bird that comes right out of the oven that you cooked all day tastes the same as a bird that was cooked 3 days before.
And then heated. And then reheated. I would also think like at that price, you could find something locally really, really good.
Good point.
And
Well,
fresh
Wegmans does it.
and- That's what I mean. Like there have to be places around here that do the same thing for the same price, if not less, because you're not getting it shipped to you.
No, you're right.
So Wegmans does all the sides. Like you can get the whole thing right down to the, to the pie, whatever.
You forget that I worked at Wegmans.
I
in the
know.
prepared food
I know.
section.
They still talk about you.
I've been part of that.
Yeah. I still see some of your old coworkers.
Yeah, you've never been to the Lilac Wegmans in your life. You couldn't make it out there.
I see some of your people.
My people. Oh yeah, you do see some
Yeah,
of my people.
they moved on.
The point I'm making is, even as great as Wegmans is, right? And they
I'd definitely go Wegmans number one.
No, but here's the thing, man. It's just it's an assembly line of people making these things, right? Like the other great part about Thanksgiving dinner when you go over to somebody's house is it's prepared individually with love and care. No, but that matters.
Well, and some people have like their own special recipes that they swear by.
And they
right?
suck. These special recipes.
an
What is it? Oh, I never heard of garlic before.
You're an idiot.
They try to make out like their
Well,
like
but
their
it still
grandparents.
makes it good.
Oh my God! It's a little seasoning. These people don't know what they're doing.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Jason. Hey, Jason, what's up, buddy?
How's it going?
What up?
So my grandma did the ordering of a turkey. She passed now, but before she passed, she was
She
getting
choked
old,
on the
couldn't
turkey.
take
It was
care of
terrible. It was very dry.
But she couldn't take the whole dinner thing. She couldn't prepare it. She couldn't do it anymore, and didn't want other people coming to her house and cooking for her. So she just ordered it. Let me tell you, it was actually really good.
So, all right, was this
I must say.
from a local place, or it was like shipped from across the country?
No, it was Wegmans.
Okay, well that's different than this.
I didn't expect it. We were all against it the first year. We're like, let us cook for you. No, let us cook. And she's like, I'm ordering it. Nobody's cooking in my house but me.
Will you do an impression of your dead grandmother, you monster? What a monster you
I know,
are.
right?
But it was delicious.
No, but it's Wegmans.
It actually worked out. Yeah,
And
it's
no
Wegmans.
pubes in it.
I don't know about
Granny
Amazon.
pubes poking out of that thing.
How does Granny's pubes
Because she's
get in-
itching and she's cooking. Grannies get dry down there. They itch.
Bro, but you would think all their pubes would have fallen out at that point. Grannies ain't got no pubes, which is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Granny, it's the way, all them pubes. That's why that turkey tastes so good.
Jason, sorry about your grandma, buddy.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's all right.
All right, have a
Take
good
it easy,
rest.
guys.
Take care, you too. No,
His bold granny.
I'm sure There are a dozen places in Rochester, Wegmans and Tops included, that if you did the catering thing, it would taste phenomenal.
Yeah.
But that's coming to your house that day.
Yeah.
It's the coming across the country in the back of the truck next to someone's, industrial box of panties. That's what bothers me.
All right.
Kimmy, what cooking skills do you expect from a person that wants you at their home?
Oh, like the host?
Yeah.
For Thanksgiving.
Oh, I'm assuming that they are king or queen of the turkey, right? Like they've perfected this over the years. They have their own way of doing things. Like there's a reason that they want to be the host every year.
Okay, but Kimmy, some folks can't cook and still feel the pressure to host. There's that changing of the guard when relatives die or they get too old to do it.
Yeah, I guess I haven't experienced that yet. I haven't been
You
to
gotta
somebody's
step up
house
soon.
who.
This one?
She's gonna have to step up.
What is she?
We travel for Thanksgiving. We go to
No,
4
but your
different
parents
places.
are not gonna want to do it. So
Yeah, but I'm saying we don't have time. We aren't there all day.
She's so busy, when she gets out of here, she's got to...
she's gonna dump it all off on her brother.
We literally go to 4 different houses.
Yeah, but some of those people die off and they can't do it anymore.
Your family's going to die.
No, but it just happens. It just happens that way.
Your family's going to die, kid.
Hey, years ago, I used to go to Florida to see my family. Don't have to do that anymore. Times change.
No, you can't. Your brothers are still very much alive. You're gonna have
I know. You still have plenty of living family members.
Not a lot.
I don't know. On one hand, you can't be ungrateful to someone who takes you in and feeds you this massive meal, even if they're learning along the way. But on the other hand, if I'm able to make it better myself or my spouse is able to make it better, and the meal means that much to you, and a lot of people really, really, Kimmy, look forward to Thanksgiving.
Well, let me ask you this. What counts? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you could find a restaurant doing Thanksgiving dinner or spend a little, why would you? Are you obligated to go to that family member? Are you?
Well, if you've already been in, you're locked in.
I think you're kind of stuck doing what you do every year.
So what matters more, bird or sides?
Sides.
I agree. So the birds could be below average or just average, but if the sides are dynamite, nobody cares about the bird because you can make that. You
cover
can make
that
bird
bird in gravy.
work.
Yeah.
Good gravy covers all bird sins.
Oh, you like good gravy?
I love good gravy.
Oh my God! Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, what? What?
I got a little gravy biz.
Get the hell out of here!
Yeah.
Where can I find it?
I got a little kiosk in the men's room.
Wait,
and by the way, local.
No kidding.
Local gravy.
What's your new local gravy business from the men's room called?
Uncle Tommy's Farm to Your Face Gravy Sauce.
That place got shut down, I think. Health violations all over the place.
Let's take a break.
Mostly in his beard.
For God's sakes, man, we were there. We didn't have to go any further.
We shouldn't have to say that.
He does not like being shut down.
We talk about crime stories all the time here on the show, and if they're not terrible and have to be talked about, there's stories where you go,
Okay.
There is a man who is in some trouble with the law. It sounds like just for being stubborn. And here's what's weird. He's not even at the age you'd expect a man to be stubborn enough to not remedy this. But it might be the dumbest, smallest thing you can get in trouble for. However, I know you will argue, Tommy, he deserves every bit of punishment coming to him.
It sounds creepy.
We'll tell you what's going on in Tommy's new favorite town. And we'll do it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, men can be stubborn.
Oh, yeah.
You tell some guys to do something, they do the opposite just to spite you.
That's true.
And one small little incident that seems no big deal now is a man's name in the paper for reasons that aren't fully clear. Because the right thing to do would have been to clean this up. And when men put our heels in the ground, we can make things worse for ourselves.
We ain't budging.
But that being said, this should not be a legitimate crime.
What the hell did this guy do?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. This story comes to us from Tommy's favorite new town.
Penyan?
Penyan, baby.
Oh, it's on fire.
And we'll tell you that in just a second. By the way, you can get your tickets to Creed with 3 Doors Down and Figure 11. They go on sale today. The show is, let me try this again. Show is Friday, September 27th at Darien Lake. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. So go grab those tickets with your friends from CMF. So out in Penyan, it involves a man who is in the smallest amount of trouble you can be in for reasons that we don't fully understand. A 33-year-old man has a court date after refusing to pick up dog poo.
What a dick. You got to be kidding me.
He has a court date.
Yeah. Pick it up.
Do we know where this happened?
Please say. He allegedly allowed his dog
From the dog's butt.
Thank you.
That's where it comes from.
Please say he allegedly allowed his dog to take a dump on a Main Street sidewalk.
Wait, he did it on Main Street sidewalk?
And never
You're
picked it
an
up.
ass.
Oh, it gets worse, Tommy.
That's an ass. Committing ass crime.
It gets worse because they say in the story it happened in the Penyan Business District. I'm not making that up.
Well, yeah, people's got they got bars and restaurants.
High traffic area.
Okay.
And by the way, Penyan's coming up.
Oh, is it?
Penyan's coming up past Canandaigua, bro.
Name one thing Penyan has. Go.
The money has moved to Penyan.
Name a single thing Penyan has.
That bar we all worked at.
Which one?
The one I got boot off stage.
Oh, that does not narrow it down.
Wait, so this dog took a dump on a sidewalk in the middle of downtown.
It says on Main Street,
in the town,
downtown Penyan.
on the sidewalk.
Shut up. Wow, look at all the big buildings.
But he also refused to pick it up, which means he was an arrogant
Maybe
dick
he ran
about
out of
it.
bags.
It says it's a violation in Penyan. Now, we don't
It
know.
is. He'll fine you.
Now, we don't know if there was an altercation. We don't know if there was an argument. What we do know is now this 33-year-old man has to go to court and has his name in the paper, all because he refused to pick up a dump off the street.
He deserves that.
No, he doesn't deserve
Yes, he
to
does.
go to court, Tommy. Come on.
You know to pick up after your dog, and they make those bags that attach right to your leash.
Okay, Tommy.
But sometimes those can be tricky because you don't know how many you have left.
I mean, it is possible that he was just out there
I mean,
and
if
ran out
you
of
were
bags.
somebody that just never has a plan to pick it up, sure.
But
I will say, like, it could have been just a mistake.
But he refused to pick it up, which means he could have went and got a bag and picked it up.
True.
He refused.
I guess if you refuse, that paints it a little differently.
And
Now,
I'm
by the way, when
guessing-
I say refuse, I mean, we don't know what refuse means.
It means I ain't doing it. That's when I refuse my wife or I get refused, I'm told go to hell.
No, refuse could just be he just walked away. I mean, we don't know if there was an
Yeah, like,
argument
we don't
or an
have-
altercation.
Yeah, he may have been
No,
caught
you're just
on
making up
camera.
stuff in your head.
Refuse.
You're making up stuff in your head.
If you refuse,
Yes.
that means words came out your mouth.
No, it doesn't.
Much like that thing came out of your dog.
No, it doesn't. If you call me up to go somewhere and I don't answer the phone, I'm refusing to answer
No,
your phone
you didn't
call.
pick up.
But I refuse to
No.
answer it.
If I pay, you want to go out? You go, I refuse to go out with you,
So
Tommy.
I had to pick up the phone and
just
say
free
I
drinks
refuse to talk to you by refusing to pick up the
Man,
phone.
you gotta speak to
don't know
refuse.
crap, man. You
Look up the definition.
Okay, go ahead.
Words have to fall out of your face.
Nobody has ever said that in the history of refuse.
That's
I refuse
refuse.
to believe that.
So you just spoke.
Yeah, but I had to because we're on a radio show. There is no reason.
That dude, that is a jerk.
Okay.
Have you ever stepped on sidewalk poo?
Yes.
In dress
no,
shoes?
No, I don't wear dress shoes. It's not
Okay.
a bitch.
Well, I love how you added that in there.
I
in
have.
your dress shoes.
I have.
Is that why those shoes look like that?
These are nice shoes.
They look like dog poo. You look like you dipped them in dog poo.
But it sucks, man, when you're out and you're dressed and you step in stuff.
We are having two separate arguments here because I agree with you. This man is a dick. And I agree with you. I don't want to hang out with a guy like this. However, you shouldn't send a man to a court date over dog poo.
He's going to get fined. He's going to have to pay a fine.
No, but so then make him pay the fine. Don't send him to court.
Well, that's where you pay fines at court.
We do that?
He's going to, I bet you he gets whacked $250 for it.
Kimmy, can you give me the definition of to
Definition
refuse?
of refuse. Indicate or show that one is.
Doesn't say speak.
Indicate or show that one is not willing to do something.
How do you indicate?
You walk away from it.
That's not, no.
Yes!
No.
I don't know if that definition helped anybody.
I am indicating I'm not going to pick up the poo by walking away. I'm refusing.
Okay.
All right, let me ask you a question. Because, again, we have very
And I'm a big pickup guy. I pick up.
You pick up everything?
We carry the bags with us on the leash.
Okay, yeah. No, like, you shouldn't be rewarded for picking up your own dog's poo.
No, but you should do it.
I agree with you. I am agreeing with you. My problem here is that a court system is now involved in a dog dump.
Well, that's why they have these fines, because of people like that. We wouldn't need it if people would obey the defecation laws of Penyan.
Shut up.
And by the way, I even pick up liquid.
How?
I scoop. I pull up.
So your dog pees and you pick it up?
No, liquid.
Oh, what
no,
happened?
runny.
I'm a pig game.
No, I'm talking about runny. I even pick up runny poo.
You can't even do that. That's
yes,
not
you
physically
can. You
possible.
can. You got to scrape.
What do you?
I scrape.
You
pull
bring
the grass out?
Vacuum cleaner with you?
I'm good.
I don't know if that's like something to be proud of, but whatever.
I touch all the poo, no matter the consistency.
Yes.
I'm Tommy Mueller.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, a 33-year-old man has a court date after police say his dog took a dump in the business district on Main Street in Penyan, and he didn't pick it up. He's going to court for this. Let's talk to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, what's up, buddy?
Well, I have to agree with Tommy because last night I was walking the dog in the dark out, and I stepped on the sidewalk in poop, right in poop. The speaker's there. I was walking, a little bit of slip, and I go, what the heck is this? Thinking it's the wet leaves. Think of this. I look down, pull the iPhone camera. Nope. Or flashlight. Nope.
It's the
That's
worst.
what it is there. I am thrilled the court system is involved.
Yes.
Okay, no, you guys are just bitter suburban men asses.
Well, I'll tell you something. In major cities,
Yeah.
where people, the walking options are limited.
Sure.
They whack huge fines on people in New York.
Yeah, I hear you.
and
No,
Boston.
I hear the New York court system is just jammed up with poo crime.
Hey, bro, you don't pay. I mean, you don't pick up, you pay.
Okay. Hey,
$500.
What's up?
Ryan, I feel for you. I do. That sucks. We've all been there.
You do, yeah. Okay, so what about those brand new white Homer Simpson sneakers you got going on there? What are you
First of all, thanks. Always great to meet a Twitter follower. Thank you, Ryan. My Homer Simpson Stan Smiths.
Yeah, I got all your random crap all day long there. Okay,
Nobody makes you follow me on social media, Ryan. Okay.
You're right. You're right. Next time, can you show me how to make a fruit salad? Oh wait, you can't do that.
No, my wife has to do it. Man, Ryan, you are deep in this. Ryan, no, to your point, I would be furious if my brand new Stan Smith Homer Simpson sneakers had poo on them. I would not want the man to have to stand in front of a judge.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you
What
sure?
if he? Okay, all right. Just take a walk with me.
Okay.
What if he's across
Watch
the
where you
street?
walk.
He sees you do it and says nothing.
Laughs at you. Points and laughs.
Okay, the point and laugh, I would be mad.
Take that, bitch.
I might take that into my own. He says, "Take that, bitch."
Yes, he does.
Okay, but Ryan,
He left a trap for you.
Here's the thing: if he says nothing, I would do the same thing, so I can't even really be mad at him. Like if I was walking my dog, right, and I go, "All right, I'm out of bags. I'll come back and get that in a second," and I watch somebody step in it, I would do that. I would put my head down and I would move quickly.
Local radio host gets the dog poop war, more at 11.
Ryan, I'll see you on Twitter, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Later.
All right, have a good rest of the day. There goes Angry Poo Ryan. All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know how this man was caught with the dog poo. We don't know if the police saw this happen.
Could have seen it.
Okay. We don't know if somebody called the authorities.
Could have seen it on a camera.
Let's say...
No, you could have. I mean,
Business
if it was
is right there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was in front of like a business or something.
If you are using surveillance cameras to know who to charge for somebody not picking up dog poop, we have officially reached a point in this country I don't want to be.
I'm feeling though, if this was somebody petty enough to turn in the camera footage, this has happened before.
No, but would the cops even care? In all sincerity, who do you turn it into? Look.
Well, I mean, obviously, like there is a violation.
No,
there.
I get it,
Otherwise,
but
they
it's
would
also
be able to charge him.
Look, jaywalking's also a violation. You got to videotape me jaywalking and turn it into the cops. Should I go to court for that? Violation! 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 Should I go stand in front of a judge for jaywalking because somebody videotaped me doing it?
Well, I mean, you did do it in his videotape. But
Shut up.
Why do we have these laws?
Oh, that's weird because about an hour ago, we talked about a 41-year-old woman who broke into a building that she and her boyfriend owned, according to police, and she smashed it up and she stole a television. And you said that woman should not be arrested. Why do we have laws?
I didn't say she should have been arrested. I said she shouldn't have to do long-term jail
No, you
time.
said don't call the cops.
Well, I would not call the cops.
Why do we have laws? So you wouldn't call the cops on an ex-girlfriend destroying your stuff. But you would call the cops on a man who let his dog take a dump on your sidewalk and walked away.
I would also call the cops on a woman who let the dog do that. Because you know better.
Do you
You
hear
know what
yourself?
you're doing.
Okay, you wouldn't give somebody a one-time pass.
Not if they blatantly, like...
But how do you know that
You
they
know.
blatantly did
You
it
know.
if it's a
Oh,
first-timer?
shut up.
You can
you
see it in
know.
their face, their body language, how they treat the dog.
First timer, she said. All right, Kimmy,
Yeah.
you're the only reasonable one in this room right now, so I'm
All
going to talk
right.
to Kimmy for a second. You just think about
I'll be
products.
quiet.
You think about products you'd like to purchase. All right. Kimmy.
Yeah.
With this story of a 33-year-old man having a court date in Penn Yan for refusing to pick up dog poo. If somebody called the cops for this or called 911 or pointed out to a police officer, who's the bigger dick? The guy who let the dog take the dump or the person who narked on a
It's the
dog
guy who
pooer?
let the dog.
You're not Kimmy.
I just think that there are so many other things to be worried about that maybe you just let it go.
Thank you.
Again,
Thank you.
Well, you
if
never
it's a
wear nice
repeat-
shoes.
But I even said if it's a repeat offender, I might have to say something. But if this is just I caught it once, it's annoying, but I'm gonna let it go this time.
Think about this, man.
Right.
Think about this, right? Police officers, people that work in the court system, all this stuff, they work their whole lives to get to these
Yeah.
positions. Those officers, right? They go through the police academy, right?
Right.
They deal with all kinds of stuff all day long. How would you like to be the guy that now has to write the violation for dog poo
And
on the sidewalk?
identify the person.
But I mean, they
A
write
lineup of poo?
but they write these brown laws for a reason. What?
No, I'm sorry.
What
I
if it's
was
a
trying to hear
neighbor?
if we had crickets in the studio.
What if it's a neighbor? You were gonna create that tension with a neighbor over
So neighbor
one
lets the-
crap.
Oh, yeah, no, let's paint the scenario here,
Right.
Your neighbor's walking your dog right next door, walking his dog.
Yeah.
on the sidewalk.
Yep, out in front of your house.
Yeah,
Dog
I'm not
takes a
doing
dump.
that.
He looks around, doesn't think he can see him out the window, keeps walking. So you're going to call the cops.
No, because
Oh, you coward-ass bitch!
Oh, you know better, guys. Come on.
You're my neighbor. We're trying to keep things away. I'm trying to have
what
a
if I
neighborhood.
pick it up and I go, "Oh, you dropped this"?
Oh, you're going to be
Here
that
you
guy.
go.
Okay, good.
All wrapped up in a nice little bow and a doggy bag.
I would like to see that when he punches you in the face.
He's
And you
90
wouldn't do that either because you're a coward.
He's a 90-year-old dentist.
You're a coward. Well, you said we have these brown laws for a reason.
We
Why
do.
have the laws if we're not going to enforce them?
What kind of country you want to live in?
One where
Full of filth?
I want to live in a country where a man is not standing in front of a judge for a dog poo incident that doesn't involve him like mashing it in someone's face. Like, look, there are dog poo stories where I'm happy a judge is involved. This is not one of them. Dog poo on the ground.
But it's not so much that the dog went, and it's not so much the guy who was going to leave it there. He was defiant in not picking it up
Again.
after being asked
Nope,
by.
that did not happen. That was not
he
said in the story.
refused,
Yes.
which means he was asked
You
to
were
pick.
going to go back to this.
Well, by the way, you can't refuse unless you were asked. Can we agree on that?
No. I can walk away. That's me refusing.
No, that is not.
Yes,
You would have to go pick it up. And you go, no.
You're making up a story. You're making up definitions of words in the English language. You're making up a career
They're
in the
all
last
made
30
up,
years.
bro.
Okay, shut up, man.
You make up one word, you made up all of them.
What is time but a human construct?
I don't even know what that means.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call again. A 33-year-old man in Penn Yan has a court date, will stand in front of a judge because his dog took a dump on the sidewalk of Main Street in the business district of Penn Yan, and he refused to pick it up.
It's a hot corner.
It is now.
Yeah.
Johnny's got the last word.
humor.
Let's see him. Hey, Johnny, what's up, buddy?
I didn't call the cops, but I was about to. Every morning, an 85-year-old man walks his dog in front of my yard and then goes behind a tree because he thinks it's the forest, and the dog takes a dump there. I got 4 kids, so I would watch this guy, and I wanted to make sure that his dog was actually taking a dump because I didn't want to yell at him if not. And one day I went out there, and I said, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" And his face looked up at me, and I felt like I was yelling at my grandpa. He walked all the way home, got his truck, came back with plastic bags, and took up all the poop.
You feel like a big man,
Did you
Scott?
feel bad?
Honestly, no, because his dog's pooping in my yard every day.
He knew what he was
Did
doing.
he ever do it again?
He walks down there every day, but the dog does not poop, and I make sure of it.
Look at big man Johnny yelling at all the 85-year-olds in his neighborhood. Hey, like me now. He goes out, he makes muscles with no shirt on. Hey, send your 85-year-old wife down. I'll take care of her. How about that?
Get out of my yard, old man.
Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. We've lost our mind as a society. It's gone. It's gone.
Oh, I don't think so at all. I mean, we're just trying to tighten things up a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, when I look at you, I think tighten things up.
Keep it tight.
All right, let's take a break. We were just talking about the Thanksgiving turkey. It is amazing. We've completely slid into holiday season.
Yeah.
Now. It just comes out of nowhere every year. And enjoy the few moments of peace you have left for the next week or two.
Oh, yeah.
Because the average person will be tied up this much
Oh, it's nonstop.
between the Thanksgiving and Christmas and Hanukkah season, whatever you celebrate.
Right.
When you see it on paper like this,
How bad?
bro,
Ooh.
you're not even going to have time to go to court for your dog poo incident.
What?
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Like, I know it feels like you're doing everything all the time, getting ready for the holidays, but when it's laid out in front of your face, it's even more ridiculous.
You don't want to see it.
You're hanging out in the break room. Watch this classic rock 96.5 WCMF. It is a football Friday. Bills, Bengals, 8 p.m. prime time. Sunday night here live on CMF. Tommy, in his picks this morning, shocked the world.
Yeah.
He shocked the world. He's out.
I got that feeling, bro.
The hat was upside down in a demonstration of, what did you call it?
International distress.
Yes. We will see if Mike Danger from 95.7, the Fan 95.7, and Ryan Duffy from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast.
Are these coming in?
He's going to be here.
Nice.
Agree with Tommy's bleak prediction just after 9 o'clock here on a Football Friday on CMF. The average American will go to 10 holiday events this year.
That sounds about right, especially if you got kids.
Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, you will have 10 extra events just because of the holidays you will have to attend. And to break it down so you fully wrap your head around
That's like church and everything, right?
no, I think that's like, we're talking like work stuff, family stuff, friend stuff. Yeah, kid stuff, all that stuff. Right. So that's about a 7 to 8 week period, which means on average, we are going to almost 2 events a week, for the holiday season.
And that sucks. Because nobody wants to go to these events.
Where do we find the time? Like, if you're a parent,
great question.
Where do you have the time to add 10 events between your Thanksgiving stuff and Christmas stuff?
Yeah, and how do they not overlap more?
Well,
Especially
they
if
you
you
might
have
be
kid
doing.
stuff.
You might be pulling 2 events in one day.
Well, Kimmy, you just said when we were talking about the pre-made turkey that you go to 4 Thanksgivings.
Yeah, that's true. You do the
4 stops one day.
Yeah, that's true. I guess, you could do multiple in a day.
At what point do we just decide we're not going to do this anymore?
Well,
it's
you feel
your
obligated.
generation. Your generation has to step up.
Why didn't your generation do it?
Look, we were weak. We didn't know any better. We were strung out on cranberry sauce.
Yeah, but
your generation has to step up and end all these pointless events that clog these calendars.
So you're saying, like if you were going to throw, or you and your wife wanted to throw a holiday party for us, and Pat and I were like, no, Tommy, you told us we have to take a stand.
Yes.
And we don't show up. You're not going to be upset?
No, you know what? I'll take that pain.
You are so full of crap.
You got it.
You'd be so offended if people didn't show up to your thing. And I think that's a lot of people. Like, if they're going to throw something, or if your boss, whoever, puts together this thing, they expect people to show up.
Stop throwing.
Oh, it goes further, Kimmy, because your stepson, he lives in Chicago, brand new baby, his wife, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they come home for Thanksgiving, right? So your wife is going to make Thanksgiving or something around
We
that,
are
right?
going to a big bash.
Okay.
Not in our house, but I've got one of them things I got to go do.
So let's say, your mother calls up, or your wife calls up her son and goes, can't wait to see you. Hey, Ma, listen. I heard on a radio show that my generation is responsible for not perpetuating the mistakes that you made. So instead of flying with a 1-year-old across the country to come home,
tough.
I'm going to stay here. You'd go in the background. Yeah, good for you.
Silently, yeah.
You're
I would go in the closet and do a double fist pump.
Tommy told me to take a stand.
It's so much work, and everybody's exhausted.
I agree with you.
And here's the other thing. Between the money you're going to spend.
The money, Kimmy.
And the waste. So expensive. It is.
The waste? What do you mean the waste?
The waste. The things you throw out. The things that get tossed.
When you over-prepare, you're saying?
Oh, my God. It's ridiculous.
It is remarkable. Because this has been a thing for
It's tradition.
Over 100 years in America, at least. A minimum.
But all of it. Christmas, New Year's, everything.
Because, don't get me wrong, man. I love Thanksgiving. I love Christmas.
You just want to eat.
I mean,
but you don't love Thanksgiving. You want to eat. You don't think about the pilgrims and the struggle. You just want to eat and watch football.
It's something to look forward to.
Well, no,
but you could do that anyway.
No, but what I'm saying is I do like seeing my family, and I do like...
I've met your family.
I think if you have kids, some of this stuff is something that you look forward to.
Yeah, I enjoy all of the holidays. I don't enjoy the 15 extra days that come along with obligations.
But that's all strung into it, man.
Well, no, because you're for abolishing holidays, period.
Not abolishing, just ignoring.
Okay, that would be abolishing. If we all ignored it, it wouldn't exist anymore. That's the definition of refuse. I'm just saying, I don't want to have to go to, my wife's work thing, or my wife have to come. I don't want to go to my work thing. I don't want to go to this church thing. I don't want to go to another family thing.
But
I don't
here's
want to
the
go
thing.
to Friendsgiving.
Your generation keeps coming up with more crap to do around the holidays. Not my generation.
I do think-
Y'all got Igloo Fest and craft beer boners, and you want to go down there and throw your
That is
goddamn
not the same thing.
Christmas crypto money around. That ain't on
Christmas crypto?
That ain't on my generation.
Okay.
Your beer pong and Christmas song and BS. That's on y'all.
Sounds
so
like
quit creating
Beer
more
pong
stuff.
and Christmas song.
You sound like you're walking out a wrestler in the WWE. Beer ponging, Christmas song.
Y'all want to be cool, sit in igloos and look at me, and then you bitch because you got to go off to some other festival.
Oh, I forgot. You didn't go to that, right?
I got dragged.
I
got dragged.
Generation.
I got dragged because y'all's the reason why I had to go.
Y'all's the okay.
I do think, you brought up Friendsgiving, I think you'll see.
Friendsgiving. That's another
Okay,
one.
can I finish a thought?
You do.
Nope.
Sit there quietly.
I was actually going to make a point in your favor. I do think that there are newer holidays popping up because a lot of people aren't settling down and having like traditional family time like maybe they would have in the past. So I think that you may see more holidays like that popping up. But it's
Friendsgiving?
I don't get it.
That's called losers. You got nobody in your life. There's a reason why
No,
you
you
do
have friends.
Friendsgiving.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Did you know it's called Friendsgiving? That's called losers. Put that on a T-shirt. Sell it in the rock.
Y'all
store.
ain't got nobody.
You're doing Friendsgiving because you have nobody else in
No,
your
you're
life
with your
except for your friends.
Your
because it's
chain
called
smoking
Friendsgiving.
alcoholic friends that can't hold a job or a cell phone
That's every
number.
one of your friends.
Your burner phone buddies.
All their clothes are birthday
I don't know.
presents.
Okay, I'm confused. What do you want?
They
Because you
drive their late grandfather's car. It still has a Bush Cheney
can't
bumper
even speak
sticker
anymore.
on it.
I don't even get it. You don't want to hang out with family, so they come up with Friendsgiving.
I don't want to hang out.
You don't want to do that. So I would think you'd prefer that over hanging out with your uncle that says weird stuff sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. You can't choose your family. You can choose your
Yeah.
friends giving.
All right. I don't like any of it, but y'all keep creating more stuff for
I
yourselves.
just want to sit alone.
Yes.
That does sound nice. 252 WCMF. The average American will go to 10 holiday events this year between Thanksgiving and Christmas. 10. That's like almost 2 a week that everyone will be averaging. And where does the time come from? It is amazing how we manage to squeeze it all in.
That's why everybody's exhausted and miserable.
No, you ain't wrong, man. Like by the time Christmas hits,
You're
like
dragging.
you get that. Like my wife, we do Christmas Eve at our house,
Right.
and that's like a whole big production.
Yeah.
And like when we wake up Christmas morning and the kids, we do the presents and everything. Like that's like there's like a 5-hour period of like, this is nice.
Right. But that's the eye of the hurricane that passes over and the birds come out and the sun's out. You go, hey, maybe it's just, oh my God.
No, you're right. Because like we then
Noon shows up.
we then get done with the presents and we look at the disaster that was the party the night before.
And you got to pack up and go do stuff, right?
It's a pain in my ass, man. My wife likes to go to church on holidays, which, by the way, like, fine, I'll take you to
Yeah.
church, right? But like, Jesus knows we're only going twice a year.
Right.
He sees it all.
He ain't dumb, man. He's
Well,
Jesus.
that's what I'm saying,
That's how we
right?
got to be Jesus.
Like, I don't know.
You think you're getting like partial credit?
Well, no, I know. I'm Catholic. I know there is no partial credit. I'm
Right.
fully aware of this. But it's Christmas. We got to go to church.
We're going to go to midnight guitar mass.
Where were you during All Saints Day, sweetheart? Huh? Huh? All right, let's take a break. Bills, Bengals. Tomorrow night. This is a big one. A huge one.
This is it.
And it's a measuring stick game for Bills fans for the rest of the season. We'll talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit about the new faces we could see Sunday night with our good buddies Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Our D's in the house,
That's
baby.
right. He's sitting next to me fist pumping himself right now. I hate this kid, and I've lived with him for 18 years. Stop it.
He's getting exercise.
Okay. He's going to pass out. And we will get into the surprising picks Tommy made this afternoon. Blue hat down.
Yeah.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Bills, Bengals in prime time.
Oh, boy.
Sunday Night Live right here on 96.5 WCMF. You want to watch the game, Tommy?
Oh, yeah. Get out of the house.
Yeah.
Have some fun.
You can come hang out with a really super cool dude.
Oh, wow. Can I see an eating disorder?
I will be hanging out.
I'm going to eat French fries. Delicious French fries. It's my French fries.
I will be hanging out at the Bill Grace Tap Room.
Really? You followed the food down your esophagus?
You killed Ryan.
Like a storm on the Weather Channel?
The face was the best. Oh, man.
I'll be at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Brockport for the game starting at 7:30. And yes, I'm going to be. It's cheat day, man. I'm eating everything.
Can't wait.
I'm going nuts. 3 cheeseburgers. Mark my words.
All right.
3 of them. By the way, if you want to see the faces that Tommy is making, that has almost killed Ryan over here, as we'll introduce him in a second. You've always been able to watch the show at least the last couple months on the Odyssey app or WCMF.com. Now we are streaming live from both YouTube and Twitch.
And the Twitch.
The Twitch.
We're doing the Twitch.
Let me pull it up real quick. I'm sorry, Tommy. So, yes, we started doing this earlier this week, and it seems that people like it. So, the WCMF Break Room, search that on YouTube and Twitch. It's much easier. If you got it on the app, boom, you can subscribe. We appreciate all your likes.
So cool.
You guys are doing great. And it seems that everyone's loving it, Tommy, except for people that just keep spamming the comment section. We can see you.
Oh.
We can see.
They write nasty stuff?
No, because they're trying to keep people from having the ability to do that. But who knows? It's a wild world we live in these days. That being said, joining us as they do every Football Friday from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger.
Morning, everybody.
And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Hi.
All right, so Danger, I'm going to start with you. I know you guys have been all over this on the Sports Bar. You can catch it 3 to 6 every weekday on 95.7 The Fan. 2 new big pieces for the Bills this week. You got running back Leonard Fournette. It looks like he's going to dress on Sunday night. He's been practicing all week.
Yeah.
And Rasul Douglas, the corner who they traded for from Green Bay, he looks like he's your starter to replace Dane Jackson when he's up to speed. The question is, how long does it take to get him up to speed?
You know, it's funny. We talked to one of our insiders from Green Bay, and they were telling us how Rasul Douglas was actually not a starter for the Packers. Like, he was kind of thrust into a starting role because one of their rookies got hurt. He's been a starter, and he's been in the league for a long time. So to immediately think that Rasul Douglas is going to come in and be the best corner on this team might be a bit of a stretch. And early on, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him less than what we might expect. Probably like maybe, I would say, a third to half of the snaps that he's out there instead of being out there full-time. And I think the same goes for all the other guys, too, right? Like for Fournette, for Linval Joseph, who they just signed yesterday, the defensive tackle. You know, these guys are going to get up to speed, and I don't think Sean McDermott's the kind of guy that's just going to throw them in there and expect them to play 100% of the snaps.
No, I understand that's not his MO, but we are at a different spot. Like when they traded for Kelvin Benjamin in the middle of the season, that first trade they made, right? They didn't need him to play. It was just a nice compliment piece. When they traded for Nyheim Hines last season, they didn't need him to play. It was a compliment piece. I mean, these guys you're bringing in, Fournette, the defensive tackle in the corner, you need them.
Linval Joseph is the one that's interesting to me because ever since you lost Daquan Jones in London, you've kind of missed that.
By the way, he's still stuck in the tower.
Yeah,
they lost
kidding.
him. No, they straight up lost him.
You needed somebody that can kind of eat up some double teams there on the offensive side of the ball and help you in run defense. So hopefully Joseph does that trick. He's a veteran guy. He kind of did the same thing last year and was productive in Philadelphia.
I turned my chair over to Ryan Duffy, the Let's Go Duffalo podcast. We talked this morning, Ryan, about how this is going to be a measuring stick game for the Bills for the rest of the season. Are you basing your expectations for the final 8 weeks on what happens tonight?
I mean, maybe not entirely, but like you said, it's a great test, and I would say arguably the hardest one they've had up to this point.
You think more than the Dolphins?
I definitely think more than the Dolphins.
Why?
Because you haven't seen the Dolphins beat a significant top-tier team yet this season.
Have the Bengals.
Yeah, they beat San Francisco, and I understand San Francisco's been limping, but at the same time, their defense hasn't been that impacted. And the Bengals ran and threw, for that matter, all over the San Francisco defense. So, yeah, I think the Cincinnati Bengals are hitting their stride in...
Keep talking, something? You big, beautiful bastard.
Yeah, no, I think the Bengals have hit their stride in full, and I think this is going to be the absolute perfect test at the perfect part of the season for the Bills.
All right, so I do want to lay something out before we get into the picks. And this, I think, is the most interesting thing you will hear all day.
What happened?
Mostly because I'm saying it. If the Bills win on Sunday night, despite the disaster that has been this season, they will have the exact same record after 9 games they had last year, 6-3. Also, over the last 9 games, the last 3 seasons, the Bills are combined 18-4 heading into the playoffs. It seems that Sean McDermott teams start to gel right around now, and they don't let their foot off the gas. So with that in mind, someone didn't want to listen to that point. Let's get into our picks this morning from a Tommy Tells It Like It Is. Our first pick here on CMF. Over under 2.5 sacks for this Bills D Sunday night.
I'm going to go ED.
Wow. Why?
Did you tell me that defense is beat up, man?
No, I didn't say that. In fact,
Von Miller ain't doing squat ass.
Squat ass. You're
Ain't
doing a lot of
doing
squats.
squat ass.
Have you seen those legs?
Settle down.
Well, no, nothing compared to Leonard Fournette.
I know. I saw that yesterday.
Holy crap.
That
Was
looked
that real?
photoshopped.
Yeah.
That looked ridiculous. Like, somebody should not be able to walk with those legs. But I'm taking the under.
You're taking the under.
And Joe Cool's on the way up.
Joe Cool might still have effects from that calf injury.
Don't look like it. Look like he's cool.
So to be clear.
And you're playing in his house.
So just to be clear.
All right.
You are under?
Yes.
The Bengals are just outside the top 10 danger in sacks allowed in the league, so they're better than average. But they gave up 3 sacks to the 49ers last week, and I think you can make the argument the Bills' pass rush may be comparable to what's going on in San Francisco. Over, under 2.5 sacks for this Bills' D on Sunday.
I'm going under.
Oh!
I think Joe Burrow gets the ball out of his hands so quick, it's going to be real tough for that pass rush to get to him. And he looks better than he looked earlier this season. He looks healthy. I think when you talk about teams getting their stride, you mentioned the Bills' second half of the season. The Bengals look really good right now. They look like one of the best teams in the league.
The new Bills. The Bengals.
The Bengals are the new Bills.
Yeah.
So wait, the Bengals last year beat the old Bills, who are now the new Bengals?
We don't live in the past. We talk about the new.
You don't live in the past, despite the fact that you've been citing their playoff game from last season all morning long. I'm just trying to figure out where we're at.
I pick and choose.
Gotcha. I see that. I turn to Ryan. Ryan, in the playoff blowout loss at home last year, the Bills got to Joe Burrow one time. One time. Over, under 2.5 sacks by this Bills defense on Sunday.
You know, I think the point of Joe Burrow, and any quarterback for that matter, knowing that it's effective to get the ball out as fast as possible against the Bills D, I think you're going to continue to see that, and I think that the sack numbers are going to go down a little bit more. However, I do think whether Rasul Douglas plays a significant amount of time on Sunday or not, I think having an additional good player in the secondary is going to lead to more coverage sacks, and I do believe that they are going to get 3. So we're barely covering, but I'm going to take the over.
So you're taking the over?
Barely.
It's still the over.
A sea hair of a sack.
Yeah, okay. 3 sacks is 3 sacks.
Just grab him by the pubes. And shake.
Can we leave your fantasies out of the picks, man? You know what this is? You got burned by Von Miller last week because he almost had 2 sacks. He had Baker Mayfield by the knee, and it cost you.
Yeah.
All right, so the boys are split
All
on
right.
2.5 sacks. Let's get to our second pick this morning from a Tommy Tells It Like It Is on CMF. Over, under 1.5 a touchdown catch for Gabe the Angel Davis.
So, Mr. Hot and Cold?
Yeah.
He's going cold.
Oh.
Really?
Going cold.
Who are you?
Bro, the kid's up and down. You can't trust him.
No,
This
but
upside down hat.
He's up this way. He's
doing
over
something.
here. He's down over there. He's over here for one.
No, but he went cold. Now he scored last week. He should be going hot.
Not feeling it.
So you're under?
Yeah.
What are you, half a touchdown catch for Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
Ryan, Gabe Davis in his career has been a streaky wide receiver.
Yep.
He'll go 4 weeks, play out of his mind, catch a touchdown, then he'll disappear for a couple. We were talking about how last week he caught a touchdown, which means, based on history, he's about to go on a run. Over, under 1.5 a touchdown catch for the Angel Gabriel Davis.
I think you saw a nice unlocking of the Bills' offense last week and what they can do with all of their skill positions. You know, Khalil Shakir, obviously, career game. Gabe Davis gets in the end zone. Stephon Diggs, really nowhere to be seen as far as catches. But
he had 70 yards.
Oh, but at the same time, not what we've been accustomed to up to this point in the season.
70 yards, not good. Just to point out, Ryan, and you can hear it if you listen to the Let's Go Duffalo podcast every week, has a blatant anti-Stephon Diggs bias.
That's extreme. That's extreme. What, you don't listen to the show? Or you just
I'm more surprised by the anti.
Wow, you guys have a show?
Who signed off on that? Terrible.
I think that Gabe Davis is 100% going to get into the end zone. I think that they know the what to do as far as what works offensively. I think you're going to see a lot of that up tempo. You're going to see a lot of up tempo offensive production out of the Bills, and I think Gabe Davis is definitely going to get 6.
Not in agreement with Ryan so far. He's 0 for 2 on you, my friend.
All right, listen, man. I trust my hat.
The hat was upside down earlier. Do you want to explain to the boys why you had that
It
hat?
just means it's the international sign of distress when the hat is upside down.
He took the hat out and put it upside down on his leg like he was a battleship that had been hit. Danger. Gabe Davis had a career high in catches last Thursday night against the Bucs. Over under 1.5 a touchdown catch for Gabe
what did
Davis.
You say? I'm just not feeling it. Is that what you said?
Not feeling it.
Yeah.
And you're done.
Gabe Davis is such a vibe. I'm going over. I think Gabe Davis gets in the end zone. Why not? You know what? If they do what they did last week with Tampa Bay, if they can continue that up tempo, spread the ball to everybody, get Josh involved in the run game as well, I think Gabe Davis is the guy that will find himself open in the end zone.
You know, this leads into our next point, but while I have you here, there was a lot of questions about how well the Bills' offensive line would take care of this Bucs the pass rush. The Bucs pass rush was really, really good. They handled it fine. Do you think that Bucs defense is better than what the Bengals are rolling out on Sunday night?
Well, the Bengals defense is tricky because I think, you know what, this might be a little controversial. I think Lou Anarumo,
the defensive coordinator for the
Bengals, is a better defensive coordinator than Sean McDermott.
Whoa!
Interesting.
Damn.
I think he does more with less than you see any defensive coordinator do. Like, name
He's number one.
any playmaker on that. Are there playmakers on the defensive side of the ball for Cincinnati? They're just a good defense. They know where they need to be. They're well coached.
Yeah.
And
Shut up.
Love that guy.
What's his name?
Larry Petrosky.
You literally just said it.
I know, but I never heard that name before.
Leonard Petrosky.
Ask him who Larry Petrosky is.
Tell me.
What's that?
Who's Larry Petrosky?
The guy in defense for Cincinnati.
No. Who's the real Larry Petrosky?
He's the worst boss I ever had. May he rest in peace.
So with that being said, it leads us into our third pick from Tommy this morning on a Tommy Tells It Like It Is on CMF. Over under 85 yards rushing for Bills running back James Cook.
So it sounds to me that Josh, to win this game, he's got to throw the ball. It's got to be a shootout, right?
Well,
You're not going to go in a low-scoring game with Joe Burrow.
I don't know.
They're not going to run the ball. They got to throw it. The chef sits this one out.
Oh.
You got to sit his ass down,
I
man.
think this is going to be a high-flying affair.
It has to be. Why do you ask me my opinion and then yell at me the entire time?
No, because your opinion is based on nothing. You just under, because, I look at him and I'm all like,
I think Cincinnati seems to be going in the right direction, and Buffalo don't.
The Bills won last week. The offense looks like it's back to normal.
Baker Mayfield, who you said is a bum. We beat a bum.
The Bengals beat the literal last pick in the draft last year.
Yeah, but they were a good team.
That had lost 2 straight going into that game.
Somebody's saying San Francisco might be going to the Super Bowl.
So just to be clear.
Yeah, be clear.
You are under 85 yards rushing for James Cook. Danger, James Cook is quietly having an unbelievable season. He's 8th in the NFL in rushing yards right now. And that's with splitting time with Latavius Murray. Over under 85 yards rushing for James Cook on Sunday night.
I'm going under, but not because of the time he's splitting with Latavius Murray or with Leonard Fournette. I think if you really want to unlock what this Bills defense can be, you got to get Josh Allen involved in the run game. And Josh Allen can take away some of those rushing yards that you would have for James Cook. I like Cook. I think Cook is having a great season. Does he get close to 85? Sure. Does he go over? I don't think so.
Sit your ass down.
You just said... What did I say? You didn't say anything he just said.
He said word for word. It's like an echo.
He said Josh Allen's legs take away the rushing. You said Josh is going to be throwing it all over the yard.
And
that's why
with his legs also will be involved.
Ryan, Leonard Fournette dressing on Sunday could have some kind of effect on this, although McDermott traditionally does not like chucking guys in there and giving them a big roll right away. Over under 85 yards rushing for Bills running back James Cook on Sunday.
I couldn't have put it any better than Danger just put it.
Or what I did earlier.
Or that you did earlier when he said the same thing.
Don't pander to him.
And on top of that too, on top of all the good points that Danger made, I also think too you see and what
mention that in your pudgy podcast when you do Monday.
Pudgy podcast.
I think you also have to keep an eye out for James Cook in the receiving yards arena as well.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, obviously, I think he's gonna do well. He had a great game last week, and honestly, I was surprised to find out just now that he's 8th in rushing in the NFL. That is actually really surprising to hear. But yeah, no, I don't think he's gonna go over 85.
So all three of you are under
Lock
85
up,
yards rushing.
Sweep Ola.
Yeah.
All right. The Bills point spread. Oh, you know what? I don't know why I'm doing this because it's what we did earlier. Let's get to our fourth pick this morning here on CMF. Tommy, do the Bills win this game? And if not, do they keep it within 2 points?
Well, I'm going to say it ain't the Bills' day.
Wow.
Is this the first time you've said that?
Feels like it.
It might be.
They ain't going to cover.
So what are you predicting?
Oh, you know what I'm predicting.
Wow.
It's going to be Southern Ohio. Bending the river. Joe Cool Burrow. Blue.
Wow.
Oot.
You have the Bills getting blown out in Cincinnati Sunday night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not even going to look at him right now as I turn to Ryan.
Yeah.
It's about the teams on the field. It's also about trends.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals have won 3 straight. The Bills are underdogs for the first time this season. They have not covered since the game against Miami, but this feels like a seismic shift into who wins against who.
Yeah.
Just the intangibles of the game. Ryan, do the Bills win? And if so, if they don't, do they keep it within 2 points?
I think that I'm in disagreement with Tommy here. I think that the Bills are absolutely going to win this game. I think they're absolutely juiced up to go out there and show what they can, what they're capable of. And I don't know if you guys know this. Do you guys remember Damar Hamlin?
I was going to say we haven't brought that up.
The safety
once.
of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember last year how that there was something that happened last year?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember?
He died.
Hey, Catalana,
Right.
you got a point here?
You got to ask yourself, when's Ryan going to stop talking?
I think that element is going to juice the team up even more. I think they are absolutely going to show out. I think they're going to win, and I think they're going to cover.
Okay, well, if they win, they cover. Do you want to go any further on the win?
I think that the Bills are going to win by 10 points.
Which would make it
a blue.
I don't think you've learned how to say it right.
A blue?
No, it looks like you're just. It looks like
blue. Somebody show me. I didn't take that course.
That was fine. That was absolutely fine. All right, Danger, you brought up the Damar Hamlin factor. It seems like you think this plays big in the game.
Well, it's huge, right? I mean, like, they're not going to address it. They're not going to talk about it. They're going to try to leave it in the rearview mirror, but it doesn't change the fact that the last time you were there, you watched a teammate nearly die on the field. And this Bengals team, has been a problem for the Buffalo Bills. Mm-hmm. I like the Bengals on Sunday, 27-24.
Oh, so no cover either.
No.
Wow.
You know, it's funny, and this sounds very morbid.
It's a divided room.
A room divided.
Can it stand?
When has this segment ever stood on its own? Ever? You know, it's interesting to try and handicap a man dying the last time they played each other, and it feels almost icky.
Yeah.
But now that we are on this conversation, do the Bills going back to Cincinnati after what happened, does that bring back bad things? Does it remind you that this is just a game, that other things matter? Or does that galvanize the room to go out and do something for a guy who probably isn't going to dress and almost lost his life that night?
I think that it is absolutely going to galvanize. I think this is the perfect full circle closure moment for the Bills to put everything back, everything that happened last year and the way that last season ended on top of that against Cincinnati. This is the absolute perfect opportunity for them to close that and completely move forward.
I don't know if they couldn't galvanize after last season and the way this last season, and if they couldn't do it in the playoffs against Cincinnati.
With him in the house.
Yeah. I don't know,
I mean, hasn't enough time passed where the emotion's kind of gone?
You're going back to the spot it happened.
Okay,
in a primetime game.
But I mean, it's been a year. And
it hasn't.
I mean, but they've talked about it, all that emotion. Do you still think there's anything left?
I love how your take is, he died. Get over it.
Well, I think we have because
I don't think.
The closure is he got up, he lived,
he
and
did.
Be happy with that. Don't worry about the game. You won the game of life. So what else is?
Oh, now you're gonna be
what else
Tommy.
we give it?
Here comes inspirational Tommy, everybody.
This kid got it all, and then we're done.
No, we're not done. He's still playing.
Is he playing? I haven't seen him play yet.
Wow. And he has played.
Has he played? A
Oh my
little.
God. There's our Bills expert, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to our final pick from this morning here on a Tommy Tells It Like It Is on CMF. To recap those picks.
So fast, buddy. Because you were saying, like, you don't know what kind of Joe Burrow you're going to get. Maybe a calf is bothering him still.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. It's hard to tell.
Oh, I think he's going to have some numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, big numbers.
Give me an example.
Oh, I'm going to say player of the week.
You think he...
Offensive player of the week?
Offensive player of the week.
You know
We'll
what
go
he's
to
doing.
Joe Cool.
You know what he's doing. He's trying to delay going over until Thursday. That's what he's trying to do.
What are you talking about?
Because we don't find out
Yeah, usually
AFC
they don't
offensive
announce
player.
it.
Hey, I don't
Wednesday.
control this league. I just,
You don't control your
I
mouth.
operate within the parameters of the NFL.
Okay.
Joe Burrow hasn't gotten it yet this season,
No,
right?
no, he's been
'cause
playing terrible.
Did he get it last? He had a pretty good game last week, didn't he?
I don't know.
All right, Kimmy, will you Google real quick? So just to make sure we're all on the same page, your bonus pick is that Joe Burrow performs so well against this Bills
Oh, he's going to
defense
light it up, bro.
that he is the AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yes.
So Kimmy looked it up, Danger, and last week Joe Burrow won AFC Player of the Week.
Oh.
So for this to hit, Joe Burrow would have to win back-to-back AFC Offensive Player of the Weeks against a Bills defense that seems to have played a little bit better last week than it did the week before, Over, under, or what am I doing? Does Joe Burrow win Offensive Player of the Week?
I mean, it feels like a stretch, but it
but-
could happen. It could happen. I mean, like, look, he
Oh.
did it against a good defense in the Niners.
And Josh just did it back-to-back.
If he gets the win and puts up numbers against the Bills defense, and this Bills defense can give up some numbers,
they're
they're
weak.
notoriously bend but don't break. I'm saying he's not going to get it, but it wouldn't. Like,
would
this
blow
is
you
the
away.
kind of Tommy bonus pick that drives me crazy because it could absolutely happen.
Thank you.
No, but
It's
that's,
sitting right there, baby.
what do you mean it's sitting right there? He just won it.
Yeah.
I'm saying no, but it could happen.
Oh, don't you hedge, you bitch-ass
like
hedge-ass
it.
bitch.
I like it.
Is it offensive? He's sitting
You know
right
what
on
that
it.
is? That's good management right there. Hey, you want to go to the top? Watch this kid.
Ryan, does Joe Burrow destroy this Bills defense and win AFC Player of the Week?
I mean, based off of my other picks, I mean, he can't. You know, I have the Bills winning. I have the Bills winning by 10 in a blue. So there's
Good
no
job. That
way
was
in my
better.
thank you. I don't see that happen.
So you're out.
Yeah, I'm out.
All right.
No way.
All right, Mike Danger, Ryan Duffy. Dange, if I wanted to get caught up on everything I need to know, not only about this Bills game on Sunday, the Sabres this weekend, and the Amerks game tonight, where could I find that?
We're going to be on this afternoon from 3 until 6, a sports bar on 95.7 The Fan. And just like you guys here in the break room, we too have a YouTube and a Twitch channel. You can follow us at The Fan Rochester and watch our live video stream this afternoon. We're going to talk to CBS Sports Radio's Bart Winkler, who's
Wait, that's a name?
Well, wait till I
Bart
tell you.
Winkler?
Wait till I tell you where he's from. From Milwaukee.
That makes sense.
Who's going to tell us more about the Bills' new corner, Rasul Douglas, and his time in Green Bay.
Bart Winkler is a perfect Milwaukee name.
It sounds like a name Tommy made up and emailed
Yes.
you guys. He was like, hey, I'm a Packers expert. Here comes Bart Winkler.
It's a Simpsons name.
It is a Simpsons name.
Yeah.
Bart Winkler. All right, so 3 to 6 every weekday. Catch all that stuff going into the sports weekend. Another big sports weekend with college football. The NBA starting. You got hockey with both the Sabres and the Amerks, and college football.
Absolutely. We'll have it all for you this afternoon.
Ryan, if I wanted to catch the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, the brilliant episode that the other guy who's on with you did with you this week,
Sure, yeah.
where can I find that?
You can find that on the Odyssey app or whatever you get your podcast. Danger, make sure you write that down so you can actually listen to it.
Okay,
for
what's
once.
it called again? Spell Duffalo for me.
Yep. Well, I'll talk to you after. And you can also find us on TikTok at lets.go.duffalo.
Gentlemen, always great to see
Yes.
you.
Thanks for having us.
And by the way, if you want to come hang out at the Brockport Bill Gray's Tap Room, I'll be there starting at 7:30 on Sunday night. Great, thanks.
That's a commitment.
I'll let you know.
All right, let's take a break. It is Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to get a little creepy.
Yep, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, the creep cap coming at you. And there are a lot of people who are going to hear this information and be wildly alarmed immediately. Because something we've all been doing with this very cheap food our entire lives.
Now it's bad for us.
Well, no, now you can do it. Which means that for the last 30 years, we haven't been able to do it. What the hell is in our bodies right now?
And it's cheap food.
You've never eaten this in your life because you're a priss-ass, spoiled-ass, bitch. But I know that Kimmy and I lived on this for
I was
a
a
while.
fat boy. Oh, is it poor people food?
We'll get into it next to the break.
'Cause you po.
96.5 WCMF. For the first time ever, you'll be able to get this product that college kids and busted folks like you and me, well, not you, because you don't eat, quote, poor people food, but all of us back in the day had. First time ever, you'll be able to microwave it to make it go faster, which is wildly alarming because this is what everyone's been doing the whole time.
Oh.
What the hell have we been doing to our bodies?
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in a sec, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
Gossip is sperm. Sperm is gossip.
Like you
Don't put that on a
shirt.
T-shirt.
The sperm or the same.
I got both for you.
I got it.
Which one do you want? One not to be mean and measure. He's exploded,
you know?
man. Look at Pat's mom. Major blowout. She got a dildo from Grandma's closet. Now she feels like she's horny in the 1920s.
Okay, great. Don't be a dick. Yeah.
You don't want to get into a dick off. You don't.
You're right.
Yep.
Never truer statement has never been
You
said
know
on this show.
better than anybody. Lost every time. Rental giner.
No.
Shut up, Kimmy.
I
I'd like to
know.
hear your thing.
I
Nothing
know.
could be finer than rental giner. Worst game show of all time.
What was it?
Come on down for a surprise penis. Ba-da-ba-da.
Henrietta with a thumb out?
Well,
There'll be a
especially
thumb somewhere. That right ain't free, boy. Hope you didn't have too much asparagus. Grandma had an orgasm with a stinky dildo.
Is that the town? I'm not
It
kidding.
just says dicks. This thing
Oh,
says
I think
dicks.
your mom's got a place out there.
It's entire.
I've found my thrills on Dick Show.
He almost said blueberry.
But there are a few molecules on that area you've tasted. We've all tasted. You can't do the business over a lifetime without thinking you haven't tongued a little. South Florida gonorrhea happens after you had too many margaritas. It's hard to rhyme.
Gonorrhea?
And margarita rhymes. It's an oozing thing, man. It's very hard. And I will say this. The I and the schlong way uglier.
I believe that's an old Chinese proverb.
I don't know, West Texas town of El Paso. I caught gonorrhea from Maria after too many margaritas.
Get out of my face.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. Kimmy, you're very familiar with Cup o' Noodles?
Oh, yeah.
Tommy, you know Cup of Noodles?
Yeah, it's the instant noodle thing. Right?
Yeah. So it's a cup, styrofoam, whatever it is. You put
Double
water in
Boiling
it.
water, yeah.
Yep. Or you pop it in the microwave and
Sure.
boom, you got noodles.
So what's going on?
So here's a story. For the first time since its inception in 1973, next year, Cup of Noodles will be able to be microwaved.
Well, yeah, I thought you microwave it now. You put the water in, you nuke it.
Yep, so did I.
Yeah.
Oh, you weren't supposed to?
They're switching to paper cups, which now makes it safe to microwave.
What was it in before?
Polystyrene cups since 1973.
Is that a fancy way of saying styrofoam?
Kind of, I think. I think it's a type of styrofoam.
All right.
So this whole time
You've been getting toxic.
Yeah. What the hell have we been put? Did nobody read the instructions?
Satan's chowder.
Bro!
Wow.
I've never once
Is
boiled.
there a warning on there that says do not
No, there's
microwave? Because I did not catch that.
There's probably no instructions to microwave it then. We've just been doing it on our own.
It
God, I
may
thought
act-
that there was. I would think it would give me like a time or
No,
something,
right.
and that's
No.
why I.
Apparently
did it.
not, because it never gave. It says
So you're supposed to just
Wow.
put tap hot water
No,
on.
boiling water.
boiling. So you
Oh.
boil water and
Boiling
then pour
water.
it over. I
Yeah.
guess.
Have we
Damn.
never? Has nobody ever read the instructions for a cup
Apparently.
of noodle?
Whoops.
God damn.
So from 1973 up until next year, all of us have been microwaving cup of noodles.
You're
and doing-
toxic.
Yeah, God knows what kind of damage. And here's the thing: you most likely ate cup of noodles when you were little.
Yeah.
When your body was little, which probably makes it worse.
And
How bad is styrofoam for you?
Well, we're
It's
finding things out every day. Probably not good. I'm going to say not good.
Yeah, because didn't they ban styrofoam at some point? Like they don't make styrofoam cups anymore. There was a problem with them, like in landfill.
Well, I thought it was landfill. I don't know if that
Yeah,
was
they don't
health
break
related.
down. Like they last for like ever.
Oh, in that case, then we're probably fine if it's not breaking down to the microwave.
Yeah, there you go.
The problem with this too is if you've ever been if you like them, you were at one point like a very regular user.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not like this was a once in a
Cup of
while
noodle.
meal. This was like, I'm going to go to Costco or Sam's Club or BJ's and just
Pork
stock
Club.
up on these things.
Yeah, like there was a point where if definitely daily, sometimes more than once a day.
Yeah.
But you were a 2-cupper?
Yeah, man. I mean,
How busted ass were you?
food's expensive. I was on the
It was
road.
cup of
Those were
noodles
always
or
easy
like
to
the
do.
ramen noodles, one or the two.
Yeah,
Wow.
like the ramen noodles I couldn't do because like the hotels that we were staying on the road, they didn't have like a stove. I couldn't boil the
No.
water. But the cup of noodle, I could just pop right in the
Yeah.
microwave, which apparently I should not have been doing the whole time. You know, it does make you wonder.
What's up?
Like we learn new things every day through the miracles of science.
Yeah.
What horrible things we have growing in us just from the environment of our childhood. Like what our homes were made of. What Kodak
Toys
Bausch
were made of.
Shalom,
Yeah.
toys and all that stuff,
Sweeteners you
right?
drank.
Yeah, that we live near. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, was it saccharin was the big scary one that we discovered from back in the day?
I also don't remember, like, there was, like, just how you were served food. Like, nobody wore gloves.
Yep.
And everything was, I don't know how well everything was refrigerated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, with that, it's pretty.
I guess you would've died
instant.
quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Like with this, like who knows?
Slow burn.
Yeah, and we'll never know. We'll never know, right? Because
But life expectancy is still pretty good. We're still pretty good.
okay,
The
all
only
right.
thing that's killing us is the fat. We're just getting fatter.
Yeah, but what if it's having like effects on the way our brains age?
The old timers.
Well, Kimmy brought up toys. You know, there's a while where they sold toys with lead, no problem in them, right?
Yeah.
And we found out that has a propensity. Oh my God, the noodles got to me. To mess with the way that your mind works.
Okay. All right.
And there's stuff we're never going to know about just because, like, some of these companies were like, "Oh, we're shutting this down, and no one's going to know."
Well, they don't exist anymore. Yeah.
I mean, don't forget, Kodak at one point had a nuclear reactor in the city of Rochester, secret that the government didn't even know about.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
And that may not even be like the worst thing.
Yeah, that's still over there.
252 WCMF 252-9263. An exciting announcement that has horrified all of us. Cup of noodles. They're switching to paper cups next year, so you can now safely put them in the microwave and eat them, which is what we've been doing the whole time. Because apparently not a single person in the world read the instructions for cup of noodles.
Nope.
Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
Kimmy and Pat, if you'd like to know the dangers of lead paint, look across from you. There you go.
Okay.
How many Matchbox cars were put in that stupid mouth?
Bro,
Dear God.
Jeremy, you know what horrifies me? There is no way that easy bake ovens and creepy crawlers are not doing terrible damage to our
Made a
insides.
Was it the
lot of
candy
those
you
mini
made at home?
cupcakes.
There were even like the little sticky thingies. Yeah, you can make
Yeah.
the candy,
Yeah.
but you could also
They
make
were like little. Yeah, I don't even know what the point of them was, really.
we
other
traded
than
them on
you
the
just-
bus.
Yeah.
But now I'm going to die because of it. But Jeremy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
You know, on a side note, this is not why I called. I always wanted an easy bake oven when I was a kid because I was interested in cooking, and my dad said that boys don't get those. So, you know, great parenting thing. You don't have to worry about toxicity from microwaving styrofoam. What you have to worry about is the air that's trapped in styrofoam when you put it in the microwave. It superheats it and expands a lot. And then if you microwave it too long, when you take it out, the whole cup will collapse. So everything will just fall out of it.
Oh, all right.
That's
So,
the danger.
okay. All right.
So
So
it's
an
more a structural issue.
Then poison.
Yes, it's purely structural. Second, I've never had cup of noodles. If I've had noodles and I've had ramen, I had to look it up. There is a giant sign on the top of it that says "Do not microwave."
How did nobody see that giant
Maybe we
sign?
didn't. We're just like, it's just whatever. It's just a small warning.
No, 'cause
They have to put it on the cup.
I would have come out like a badass. Like, I saw the warning and I didn't even know. I didn't look at it.
Wow.
Well, thanks,
Well, the
Jeremy.
amount of people that I interface with every day who have put together something incorrectly or it doesn't work, and I said, "Have you read the instructions?" and they say no, doesn't surprise me very much.
All right. Well,
have a good weekend, Dick.
thanks,
Go
Jeremy.
Bills.
All right, we're not going to all die of some terrible
Good.
cancer from cup
All
of
right,
noodles.
well,
Yeah.
according to Jeremy.
Probably. We come back, wrap it up. By the way, Jolene's coming up in just a little while. For you, Jolene? Jolene. She'll be out from 10 to 3. She's got the Scanner. And ZZ Top code word of the day. Then when you get it, you head over to WCMF.com, enter that code word for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Scanner and ZZ Top on September 12th at the Darien Lake Amphitheater. Tickets for that show go on sale in literally 8 minutes.
Great show.
So you can get those tickets in 8 minutes. You can win them with that code word from Jolene. And all of that is at livenation.com, unless you want the code word and just wish you'd just listen. Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing Monday next here in the break room on CMF. It's going to be a Rapperoo.
Radio Friday pregame Rapperoo.
For a Friday Break Room CMF, you know what that means. On Monday.
Yeah.
Sorry, I screwed that up. Let me try that again. That makes Monday a Monday.
Oh, it always does.
Yep. We will have a recap on a post-game Monday after a massive Bills win.
Mm-hmm.
You picked them to lose, you dick.
Yeah, but I'm pulling. I'm pulling for the boys.
Shut up. If you want to watch the game Sunday night, you can do it with a super cool, fun guy.
I guess I can have some people over.
I will be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport.
Pat eating his little hamburger.
It's cheat day, baby. I'm getting down on it. Getting nuts. Come get wild with cheeseburgers and fries and all the other great stuff, plus beer and alcohol.
Oh, my God.
I'll be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport Sunday night for the Bills-Bengals game starting at 7:30 with the crew from 96.5 WCMF. We got to get out of the way so Kimmy doesn't yell at me again. For Kimmy, who was just in this week, you were in shock, I feel like, more than most weeks, based on what was coming out of Tommy's mouth.
Oh, yeah, there was. You were in a weird mood this week, I think. You were like an elevated version of Tommy.
That's not good.
Yeah, he was like a full
regular Tommy blows.
He was a full 5'7". For Tommy Muley,
what?
Like I didn't even get to the shoes today. It looks like you took 2 rotten banana leaves and wrapped them around your feet. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning in the break room for 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.